Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Proving Grounds 21. My name is Saf, and I'm here with Falco, your Riptide co-host of the pre-game show Mojo Dojo Casa House. Hi, Barbie. How are you doing, Falco?
Hi, Barbie. I'm good. Saf, it's good to be back on Twitch, too. We had a little bit of a hiatus, but hey, we are here. We're good to be. We're happy to be back too for this Proving Grounds. But yeah, thank you for everybody who tuned into the SOS YouTube stream 2 days ago. We appreciate that. But yes, it is good to be back, Saf, especially for a very fierce competition because we are just 1 week away from Super Jump. So a lot of the teams here, hopefully including these two that we're about to see, the Goober Tubers and Helios, they're going to go head-to-head in our first round.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Super Jump is right around the corner, so I'm assuming Proving Grounds is the place that they want to prove their ground to get ready for Super Jump. And I mean, what a perfect place to do it, and a good night for it as well. Always a good night for Splatoon on Friday night.
Oh yeah, always the best. And I think this time around we don't have the fake round one that we sometimes do if we have more than 32 teams. So we have almost exactly 31. I believe we have 31 teams. We can see that Incontrol Red Sun at the top got a bye and moved on, but we already have some results in, it looks like. And that is a match between Shadowbolt and Goo Crew, winning 3-0. I'm going to assume that was an early drop. Unless they just KO'd really quickly, we'll see. But always good to kind of have this style bracket. Makes it a little easier for us to kind of digest things and for you guys to see as well.
Now, Falco, do you have to see Goo Crew to understand the plot and what happens in Goober Tuber? I'm just curious.
I don't know. That's a really good question. I have no idea. But hey, let's take a look at these teams. One player in particular that jumps out to me is Floops on the side of Helios. I was able to meet them. Well, I've met them before, but they were at Riptide. And Helios, if you go way back, Saf, this includes us, but they were called the Squid Killers back in the day. But have since changed their roster a little bit, picked up a few players here and there, and I believe last Ludi season they played in Div 3, so we will see where they fall this year. And Goober Tuber, I mean, obviously love the name, love to see it, but I don't know. I always wonder, are we going to see GooTuber when we have a team that's named after them? Typically, the answer is yes. It's in the name, because we saw that with Penciled. We saw that with Penciled at Riptide, so there's always that possibility, but hey, I'm all for some GooTuber action.
It's in the name. Yeah, and Floops had a really good Riptide as well, Falco, I'd like to point out. I believe, I don't recall the team that they were on, but I do remember getting to watch them a few times, and I want to say they did exceptionally well. They had a really fun time on the team that they were on.
Yeah, I think that was I don't know if it was an Inked pickup team, because I know Helios and Inked, they play together very often. So, yeah, I know that Floops was playing with Batson and Deceased, I believe. So, very, very fun team. But yeah, they're going to be battling it out here in our first round, starting on Splat Zone's Hagglefish. So, should be a good time. First, Saf, I have to ask, how are you recovering from Riptide?
Oh my gosh. My social battery is drained, but my heart has never been fuller.
Oh.
I mean, you get to see all of your friends. I got to see plenty of my friends, but Falco, friendship doesn't mix for right now when we're proving our grounds. Here we go. Round 1 onto Hagglefish Splat Zones, and right away, you can see there's a vanilla roller out here. Two GooTubers, Falco.
When you're surprised to see 1 and 2 of them come out, look at the special charge on the GooTubers. We have 2 mains from Min, 1 from the other GooTuber, and they're also going to have the heavy edit. But what's going to be their big painter is going to be the Splatter Shot, who's going to be probably front and center. But early on, we're going to see a very large push up here by one of the Brella players from Helios, but 2 of their members are going to go down, and Astro getting an early Inkjet as well, pushing up on this left 10th. Able to get part of the zone with a few of their members going down, so that is going to be a pretty quick cap, but Saf, it's going to be really hard to avoid all these missiles.
Yeah, you could see the roller had immediately jumped out there as soon as the missiles made contact on the ground. 2 GooTubers is definitely interesting, and already they were both pushed up kind of in this front-hand side here. Blue getting a really nice Ink Zuka pick, looking for a second one, looking for a third, probably getting a little bit of poking damage there, but not quite the splat. But Helios trying to make their way back into the map here. They do have that bubble for some extra coverage and a Trizuka of their own to come out. 2 members of GooTuber go down to that Trizuka, and Sorella is able to push up into the shield of their umbrella.
Yeah, and I think with GooTuber's comp, it's going to be really hard if they have a lot of players go down and lose a lot of paint, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening. We can see Floops pushing up pretty early on, but trying to avoid the heavy edit, able to take them down, jumping on the legend. Can they avoid these Trizuka shots? Yes, they can. Will it be enough for them to maintain the zone and take the lead potentially? It looks like they are in good shape to do that. Ooh, and then one of the GooTubers is going to go down. We see an Inkjet come out once again with missiles coming out on the side of GooTuber. 2 members down, but Helios is going to take the lead.
Yeah, Helios is doing a really good job of keeping their presence in mid. You have that ballpoint just kind of moving side to side in front of the zone there, providing any coverage for the more aggressive members of Helios to be able to move forward. Floops finding themselves in the spawning area, but going down, unfortunately. But Jam is there to follow up, not with just a double splat, but with the bubble to provide some jump too. So, I mean, Helios got it set in stone, Falco.
Yeah, and when you have your Umbrella player push up all the way like that, it can be really hard when you're trying to strike back in. But Helios is going to be taking game 1. I mean, GooTuber, they started off strong. I mean, they were the first team to really take the zone, and with all the support from the missiles to be able to push Helios back, that definitely helped. But, you know, once you lose that zone, once you go 2-3 players down and the rest of the team is pushing forward, it is so hard to come back when you don't have as much paint. But yeah, here's the replay whenever Helios was able to push up. Floops is going to go down there, but look at Jam using the bubble, getting 1 pick on top and then getting the other 2. And then we're going to see, I believe it's going to be Sorella who's going to be pushing forward with the tent just for some extra effort. But a really, really nice win there for Helios.
I really enjoy watching the tent that has the Trizuka as the special weapon be played. Because we got to see Sorella just kind of flop back and forth inside of their shield, inside of their umbrella, Ella, if you will. Shout out Rihanna. And they were able to pull out their Trizuka and just kind of flop in between that shield to kind of keep themselves protected, but also maintain space in between them and their opponent. So that's always really impressive. And, you know, I gotta wonder, GooTuber, are we running it back? Are we running 2 GooTubers again?
You know, I don't know. I have no idea. I feel like that could have been a hey, we're on stream, let's show off what we have type of play. But hey, if it could also work for them. I mean, for most people, including myself and probably you, it wouldn't really work. I don't know anybody who really mains GooTuber. So, but hey, I love to see it. 2 stages in particular that I want to point out are on games 4 and 5, Crab Lake Capital and Shipshape Cargo. We really haven't seen them much at all in comp. I believe really the only tournament that was played after the new season was announced was SOS last week, and Saf, we were actually busy hanging out that Wednesday night, so we didn't even get to catch SOS at that time. But I know I'm curious to see if we will get to game 4 or 5 and kind of see the strategies on those maps.
We probably shouldn't have been hanging out, really, is what the solution was. Then we would have gotten the insider scoop on SOS on what was going on with that. But I'm curious to see as well, because, you know, these maps are so new. I feel like we're still trying to work out the kinks of what actually fits into comp and what makes most sense setup-wise to be okay for comp. But we're not there quite yet, Falco. We're going back to school at Inkblot Art Academy on Tower Control. I mean, a old reliable classic. We do have 2 GooTubers, but we are bringing out the other GooTuber with the stamp and the Fizzy Bomb attached to it. So, GooberTuber is still going to hold strong to their name, Falco.
Yeah, that's going to really help support kind of their front lines, and they're also going to be switching from the heavy edit to the Neo Splash as well, so a little bit more paint. We already have strikes online for the Neo Splash, and that is going to be Blueberry here. 3-on-3 right now, but it looks like GooTuber has pretty decent control of mid. Oh, and Blueberry is going to be going down to Astro, it looks like, the heavy edit player. 2 players now down on GooTuber. With Helios taking control of the tower, they're doing a very good job identifying members of GooTuber and pushing forward.
Yeah, and 3 specials online now for Helios already. We do have to see that tower is at checkpoint number 1. Trizuka finding 1 pick, looking for the 2nd pick, but not quite finding it. But giving Sorella the space to move forward into this Inkjet. Also providing a lot of space for the member that they had below them to try to push forward into the bats area. But Sorella just kind of lives here right now, and especially too with that bubble coming up as well. You can see GooTuber is kind of being pigeonholed back into their spawn point.
Yeah, Sorella actually did a very good job surviving what seemed to be like a 3 or 4v1 for quite some time with the support. And look at the rest of the team from Helios, still cooking, getting some key splats. We see Jam up there, pushing up by the ledge. One of the other members able to get up by the ramp as well. And it looks like they are having a few of their players go down, but both GooTubers are alive and in good position to help prevent this tower from being pushed anymore. But with the Brella, you're going to have to break the Brella first and then take down the actual player. So it's going to take 2 shots if you want to take down Sorella. And it seems like that is really benefiting Sorella and the team at this time.
Yeah, Sorella's working really well with this heavy edit right now to try to get some poking damage and to maybe finish the fight that the heavy edit is starting. And especially being on the bats area of GooberTuber, if you're GooberTuber, this is not exactly ideal. But with these missiles coming out, you would hope that you could get some more coverage and also some displacement value. But on the side of Helios, though, that doesn't really seem to matter, as Helios has been kind of living on the side of the map that GooberTuber owns, technically, but the tower now is moving its way back into mid for GooberTuber. GooberTuber getting a lot of ink down in mid as well. They're trying to maintain their control, hoping to get some more points of their own. They got a lot of ground to make up here with 16 on the side of Helios.
Yeah, they were able to get to mid, but unfortunately, once they did, they were kind of going down 1 by 1 and losing their 1v1. So, you know, you kind of reset the tower, but Helios, we see right back responding with this push. Even though 2 of their players are down right now, they are not giving it up, with Astro alone on the tower, staying alive, but is also going to be going down as well. And Jam here with the flank, they are going to go down as well, so 3 members down now on Helios, as once again, they do have a little bit more control of mid, so it looks like they will be in a position to push past this 97, and we see they already have control of this left rail, with a few of their members already pushed up, and now Min is trying to find an opportunity to make sure nobody drops and to push up and to get a potential flank.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that one of these GooTubers is going to ride the tower to safety in the long run. The stamp, though, by Min is going to come out on the secret little box right in front, but not quite, I think, what they were looking for. 2 members going down on the side of GooberTuber as the tower almost makes it past the second checkpoint, or almost makes it to the second checkpoint and gets the points taken away. But Astro gets taken down by the Trizuka from Mew, but the follow-up from Jam is not going to allow them to really get much utility out of that any further. GooberTuber, once again, is going to be forwarding this push just a little bit more. They want to get past the second checkpoint, Falco. They want to get past the second, and they want to break into this bats area. Min coming in for the flank with the GooTuber. The stamp, once again, they're going in for round 2. They want to try to be successful with this stamp push, and they almost were able to get that pick off of the mushroom there.
That was a perfect curling bomb there from Jam. And you don't see curling bomb kills very often, but once they just drop over the ledge and you get stuck, there is nowhere for you to go. So yes, GooTuber with a pretty good push, but Helios back in control of mid. They are going to have some juice online. One of their members are going to go down, and we have about 40 seconds left. And GooTuber, they still are lacking a little bit of paint, but I think Jam is just doing a very good job in being extremely sneaky, knowing exactly where to shark and push up some of these members, doing a really good job getting these horizontal flick kills as well, and still alive. They are eyeing down Blueberry if they can take them out, but it looks like they are going to pull back just a little bit. So Helios, all they have to do is maintain control of mid for the next 15 seconds that they have this on lockdown.
Yeah, the amount of risk assessment that Jam is doing live here is pretty impressive. They climbed up over that tower with a GooTuber's sights on them, and they were like, you know what, bubble is the right thing that I'm going to pop here, and that's exactly what they did. And they were successful in doing so, and with the follow-up here from the Trizuka and the Inkjet, the wipeout is going to occur on the side of GooTubers. So Helios, once again, taking game 2.
That was a really nice snipe there from the GooTuber onto the Inkjet. It seemed like it was a trade in that position or that situation as well. But yes, Helios, a fantastic win. You know, a lot of it I think comes from the sharking of Jam and how well that they were positioned. And Floops's Trizuka shots as well. You know, we mentioned it at Riptide, how, at least in our top, when we were commentating, how amazing some of the Trizuka shots have been. But take a look at the last 5 seconds here. It's really going to be all hands on deck for Helios to try and take this tower. And you are going to see that GooTuber trade with the one member who's going to be alive, taking down Sorella. It is going to be the trade, but it is going to be a little too late. So Helios in pretty dominant control that entire time. You know, GooTubers, they had an opportunity when they were able to push up, but not quite getting to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and Helios is going to be taking us to match point. So Rainmaker Scorchgorge is where Goober Tuber is going to have to make their stand here if they want to move us forward into a game 4 or even a game 5, dare I say it. But Falco, one thing I want to point out, Floops and Sorella constantly trying to double up on their Trizuka Inkjet gameplay, and we got to see it executed very well in those last 5 seconds on the replay there, which I'm loving. I'm loving seeing the type of value people are getting out of Trizuka Inkjet together. I mean, so much poking damage can come from Trizuka now after the most recent update, so it's fun to kind of see what type of specials and or mechanics people try to pair with it in order to kind of find the success that they're looking for.
Yeah, and it's hard to really like plan how you're going to move about to specials like an Inkjet and a Trizuka, because if you're avoiding one, chances are you're not going to avoid the other. You're just going to move in a different direction, but there's only so many directions you can actually move. And, you know, typically I think it's going to be the Inkjet player who's the one who ultimately splats, because it's much easier to see a Trizuka shot coming right for your face, whereas the Inkjet player can just kind of hover above and just, you know, plan on where you are going to end up moving. And yeah, you're right, Floops and Sorella did a fantastic job kind of coordinating those specials during that game. I think too, you know, they just had a lot of map control all around, and that's always going to benefit you. Again, you mentioned 2 GooTubers. You really have to rely on getting some picks with the GooTuber and giving them space, and it's nice it can hold a charge, and it's, you know, you can swim pretty far with the GooTuber, but you really need to make sure that you have a lot of paint and your frontliners are working well. But yes, let's move on to game 3 here. They are going to be sticking with 2 GooTubers, but going back to the double missile, and we are going to see the Blob Deco come out along with the 52 gal on the side of Goober Tuber.
Yeah, and it looks like Helios is actually sacrificing some ink coverage as well in order to run only one shooter. We are seeing the tent come out back from Sorella again, but we also have double... Or no, we don't have double Trizuka. Okay, I thought we had double Trizuka for a moment, but we have that tent on that is on the side of Helios, but we're also running Machine as well. So there's only one shooter, so we're opting for a lot less ink here on the side of Helios, but that doesn't seem to deter them as they are going to go ahead and just take this first checkpoint.
Yeah, and Sorella doing such a good job with that tent umbrella, pushing forward and not quite allowing their team to get the dunk, but still applying a lot of pressure that was needed. It is just going to be Floops who's alive, who has the Trizuka, and they're going to be countering this Rainmaker. They're not going to get the pop, but they still did a good job keeping some of their players alive, and it looks like one of them, can Floops get it? Yes, Floops can get the dunk, sacrificing themselves to make sure they get the checkpoint. So 2 of their members down, but it was probably worth it if you ask them.
Yeah, I mean, it turns into a game of Splatoon 2 Rainmaker now for Helios. They just have to take it all the way. And it looks like Goober Tuber was trying to make their entrance point back into the middle map here, but Helios was already there to follow up. The Kraken is going to come online, waiting for that jump, cornering the Rainmaker over, but they hit the shield, Falco! That kill was delayed because they hit the Umbrella shield!
Yeah, what a weird, like, good movement move by Blueberry to avoid, especially it started with Jam, avoiding their horizontal flick to stay alive. But then, you know, it took a little bit longer than what they wanted to in order to get the kill. And they already have another Kraken online as well, but they are going to be going down to Jam. And now Helios still trying to push this Rainmaker a little more. It is just going to be one GooTuber who's alive, Rocky, who just used their Tentamissiles, and Sorella doing exactly what they did at the very beginning of the match, which is just push forward with the Umbrella, try and get some paint, and it looks like Helios will be in a better position to get some more points.
Yeah, and they're going to try to go for it a little bit here. Astro nearly avoiding being splatted by Blueberry there, allowing Blueberry the space to go in Kraken form. But Sorella is going to use their Umbrella Shield to push forward just a little bit more. They're just trying to tick away and eat away at these points right now, Falco, and they just keep doing it bit by bit. Now at the 17 mark, it happened so quickly that I couldn't even tell you the previous points that they were at. But now the Machine is going to be backing up into mid, waiting for the other members of Helios to respawn back in. 17 is quite a mountain to climb if you are on the side of Goober Tuber, but there's still 2 minutes left to go, so plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, and I mean the end of this game, like towards the final checkpoint, towards the dunk, it can get really choke pointy, where you're just gonna have all bodies pushing forward. And I mean that's what Helios did pretty much that entire finish. As soon as somebody could pick up the Rainmaker, they would do it, and it wasn't until all the members were down where we kind of got this reset. But look at Jam once again on the flank, waiting for one player. They're in position to get two. No, gonna go down, and Min, who uses their Tenta missiles, is going to get the pick. Can Min pick it up in time? Yes, they can. So now it looks like Goober Tuber might be in a position to get the checkpoint, but a few of their members are going to go down, and there's going to be a nice double. It is just going to be Sorella who is alive. Can they get this checkpoint? Yes, they can. They are still alive in this game, Saf.
I think it was nice that Sorella kind of gave themselves the space and the patience to push forward there, because Goober Tuber's sights are obviously set on that first checkpoint, so that gives Helios a pretty good position to try to reset there. But a really nice pick coming out from Min in that corner pit area on the side of Helios. You have the Kraken is out right now trying to make a path for Mew to get forward, but Jam is there to respond immediately, taking down both of them. Looking to take down Blueberry is successful in doing so as well. Helios now trying to pick up this Rainmaker and get it moving. 35 though, Falco, from Goober Tuber, so if you're Helios, you definitely don't want to take it easy here.
What I loved about that play from Mew and Jam is Mew just literally tried to be inside the Kraken the entire time. It wasn't necessarily like painting a path forward. It's like, hey, you literally need to body block for me and I will stay inside of this Kraken. But unfortunately for them, it did not work because Helios is very quick to respawn, as they have a ton of map control right now. All throughout mid, too. A few of their players are going to go down. It looks like Rocky's going to be trying to get some picks here as members of Helios are still applying pressure and pushing forward. We're going to see a flank by Jam, getting a nice double. They're going to get a triple. Just one more from Jam, but that is going to be the wipe out. And now Helios, they're going to be bringing this back and celebrating it for the last 3 seconds. I say, just hand that Rainmaker to Jam there.
Bye, Floops. See ya never.
See you in top 16.
Right, in Floops we trust, jumping off the map right at the end there. Helios taking us to a 3-0 sweep against Goober Tuber. That's gotta feel good, Falco.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, we said it during the first game or even the second game, but Jam, a well-deserved fist bump with their partner Floops, did such an amazing job. But here, let's take a look. I believe this is where we're going to see, yes, this is where we're going to see Jam's double, the triple as well. And it was so close to getting all four, but one of the teammates was able to get the pick instead. But then we see Floops just running it back, celebrating, carrying the Rainmaker all the way to top 16.
You know, I can understand the feeling of it. Just kind of, the timing of it just seems kind of funny. All three of your teammates go down, so what else is there left for you to do than jump off the map? But obviously it was probably an accident, but the timing of it is kind of comical.
That was really good. A very, I'll say textbook plays there from Helios, just getting some key wins. And let's take a look at the rest of the bracket that we have up here on screen. We can see, I'm going to refresh my bracket too on Battle 5, but we can see
I made
Helios.
Octopi.
I am excited for that game.
Yeah.
That's going to be really good. Octopi versus Cherry Limeade. Sonder also getting a win, defeating Breakdown 3-0. BlamO getting a 3-0 win over Heaven's Reflection, and they're going to face Spate Esports, who beat Eggshells. As we mentioned, Shadowbolt was the first to advance to the next round. Solstice beat Gravity 3-0, and Athen Fanclub beat the Grillers 3-0. Seventh Heaven getting a 3-0 win over Axel, and Sweet Tooth getting a 3-0 win over Erpy Derpy. So, a few more games still that we are looking, and I'm paying attention to the bottom there because we have Take Your Meds and Meta equals Cringe. They are in a game 4 at this time, and we are still waiting on a few others as well, such as GBE, Gib? I don't know, and Orca Balestra, as they are 2-1 as well.
Yeah, Falco, from what I'm seeing on this bracket here, these teams did not come tonight to mess around. They came for the win. They came to try to get a clean, smooth sail to the finals, because I'm seeing a lot of 3-0s here, baby.
Yeah, and you know, we do typically see that in the first round of Proving Grounds as well, but you know, I always love to see the 2-1s and what we could expect later on. Something I do want to point out with that Octopi versus Cherry Limeade match. So Cherry Limeade did not play at Riptide, but Cup of Limeade played instead. And Cup of Limeade played in the previous Proving Grounds, and they still have Mud Cup on their roster, I believe, so I don't really know who's running with that team. But our next matchup that we're going to be seeing will be Solstice versus Athen Fan Club. So, Danila, I know they are a fantastic player. A lot of these players, their name rings a bell too. Peachy, Stinky, Scary, okay.
Say that like 10 times fast.
Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Scary, Terry, Peachy, Stinky.
But yes, they are going to be our next matchup. They are I believe the number 7 and number 10 seeds here in this game. So Scary, Terry, Peachy, Stinky, Peachyism. Thank you, Elemental, our lovely producer, who is the one who told me that. So, yeah, yeah, our names are getting longer and longer. It's so weird.
Falco, I'm really curious about Shockwave on the side of Solstice. Shockwave is if it's the one I'm thinking of, they're a very, very skilled Splatling player, specifically the Nautilus, especially in Splatoon 2. So I'm curious to see if Naut is something that they have carried over into Splatoon 3, or if they have moved forward and are carrying something else. Maybe a Splash?
Possibly, potentially. It is that Shockwave.
Stinky.
Yeah. It is that Shockwave. So we'll be curious to see what they can bring out for this game. But we are going to be starting off on Tower Control Ship-Shaped Cargo. Godspeed to everybody, because I played this one. Or I played the other stage on Tower, and I saw that and I'm like, I would not want to play that in comp, but okay, we're gonna do Ship Shape. I'm always gonna mess up the name of that. Sometimes I like alliteration, but like Ship Shape is always gonna throw me off.
I miss Floopin. Info. You know the one.
Splatoon 1.
You know the one I'm talking about.
I do. I do. Even I've only played Splatoon 1 for like 5 hours, but I know I know that stage.
But you've been there.
I've been there. I've played Turf War there. You're right. But yeah, no, I can honestly say I don't think I've ever done tower control on this stage. I've only done Rainmaker, which was very interesting, and I don't even think I think like 0% of the people who played it actually enjoyed it. It was like so snowbally because the Rainmaker checkpoint is so close to the final dunk, and it's just like a little street that you can't even paint that's in the way. So yeah, I'm gonna learn alongside with probably some of these players, because I can imagine that there are some players playing in Proving Grounds who have not practiced these new maps with every mode. So I'm gonna learn right alongside with them.
Well, that's the fun of getting to like introduce a new map mode into a comp map list, right? It's like everybody is going to kind of learn how it's going, and we're already getting a comm error, so we're not going to learn quite yet. I know we're all chomping at the bit to learn here and to go back to school and do some studying on the map list, but that's not going to happen quite yet. We're going to talk a little bit more at you about stuff. Now, Falco, Stan, the player Stan on the side of Athen Fan Club. I want to say I know who that is. It's the :3 that's giving it away for me. Who are you, Stan?
Reveal yourself.
Show yourself.
Tell us who you are. No, they've been around the community and have played in comp for quite some time too. So I think Athen Fan Club, I think this is going to be a really fun team to watch, because I mentioned Nilla, who's a very strong player as well.
Yes, I was going to say, I know who Nilla is, and I believe Bingo as well. I have seen Bingo play, assuming it's the same one. I mean, how many times have you seen the same Bingo twice? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, they're going to get back and situated. I'm trying to find the new maps that are going to be in Super Jump, because I'm not even sure if Ship Shape will be there in a week or not. I was trying to pull that up, but I will let you know if I find it, because I'm curious. I'm curious myself.
You know what I was thinking about today?
Wait, what were you thinking about?
I was thinking about Skyline today.
Skyline chili. I brought Saf to Skyline. So I was very Very happy about that. But yes, so both of the new stages, thank you Elemental, are going to be in Super Jump. It is going to be Rainmaker Clam Blitz for Crab Lake Capital, and then Zones and Tower Control for Zones and or for Ship Shape, Cargo, Tower Control, and Zones. Yes. So this is Minneapolis for Proving Grounds. I think it's really nice that we just have four
Super jump.
Super Jump, yes. For every map, or there's only 4 maps for every mode. A very small pool. Sometimes it can get a little overwhelming with the tournaments, but hey, we got some old, we got some new. We have some good stuff here for you guys.
Yeah, and everything in between too. Hot damn. That looks good. That's a good looking map list, dude.
I know. That's very good. But have you played either of the new stages yet, Seth?
Only a little bit. I think I've played Crab Leg more. I've played Crab Leg more than I have played Ship Shape.
Yeah.
And I greatly punny. I greatly enjoy Crab Leg. Yeah, I like the amount of grades that there are. I like the amount of verticality. I like that there's a lot of different corners. And what I've noticed, especially on like splat zones, is a lot of those 1-on-1, 2-on-1 fights usually happen in those little like corner pit areas, those like little rectangular pit areas, which I also like. So it's like there's a place to fight, there's a lot of places to hide, there's verticality, and I also don't think that backline can get too big of an advantage just because there's so much uninkable territory up high.
Yeah, it can be hard because I feel like they can always be taken down as well, just with all the greats, so it's really easy to attack from underneath. Unlike a stage maybe like Manta, where when you are elevated, there's really nothing below you. You can't get attacked from below. But our players are ready, so let's hop back in here and look at Tower Control, Ship Shape Cargo. And we're going to see a Wiper come out on the side of Solstice, and a Wiper come out on the side of Athen Fan Club as well. So that is going to be Nilla on the Squeezer. That's what I thought that they'd be playing. They are a very strong Squeezer player. And then I think you were right about Shockwave on the Nautilus.
Yeah, and I actually don't... Oh yeah, so Shockwave is going to be bringing out the Nautilus, so I'm really happy to see that there, because they are a very aggressive player, and they have studied the Blade, aka the Nautilus in this instance, so they know exactly what kind of range, what kind of power, and all that XYZ that they're working with. Kind of a firefight just happening in mid right now, though. Sam looking to get the triple. Yeah, there we go. Sam looking to pop off here and get this tower moving to help their mates out, but we're on checkpoint number 1 already, Falco, and that triple is certainly going to help with that.
Yeah, and Sam was actually a sub for Solstice. They weren't on the roster page, so this is a very, very nice addition to the team here. Nil is now going to be on the tower, getting 1 pick, getting 2 with the Trizuka, has 1 more, trying to take down the Wiper player, and they're going to be the only one alive. That is going to be a wipeout. Ooh. So Athen Fan Club in a very good position, and Nilla pushing up already, throwing the ink wall and just spewing paint everywhere they possibly can. They are going to have Zuka online and some Tacticooler as well, and Athen Fan Club going to be in a very good position. I thought that they were going to be able to take the lead pretty smooth sailing. They have the lead now, got delayed a little bit, but Athen Fan Club, they are really pushing up here, Saf.
Yeah, I like how Peachy kind of took that attention of the crab away from the tower there, just momentarily. It wasn't for too long, but it was definitely enough. They took the attention away from the tower, but not quite enough for Solstice to still try to take this tower back into their possession. You have Shockwave now positioned on this tower as it moves its way back into mid, and Sam on the tower as well. The rain is going to come out for a little bit of displacement and also some coverage here. They want to get some poking damage, especially because you have a lot of weapons that can really excel in poking damage. Sam and Niller are going to go down in the trade up in that top corner there. Not too much of a lead, though, for Solstice to try to make up here. Only roughly 9 to 10 points to try to make up the lead. Sam is going to pop that crap, and Athen looking to come in with that stamp and with the assist as well. The wipeout is going to occur on Solstice, so Athen Fan Club is going to try to extend their push once again.
I was going to say right before that, there were a lot of 1v1s, and it was just coming down to if you can win your 1v1, but Athen disrupted everything with that Ultra Stamp. and ultimately help the team get the wipeout. So Athen Fan Club extending the lead at what they had, and Quen here able to try and get, it looks like they are going to get Curb, they are going to go down. Ooh. Can they get Shadow Wave as well? They were very weak, and they are finally going to go down, so I believe it's just Sam alive. No, it's another player who's alive. It's going to be Jack who's alive for Solstice, but Athen Fan Club, with the start of the stamp push, going to help them get the win for game 1.
You know, this game was an example for me to answer the question, where is Stamp viable in comp? And Athen, I feel like, answered that question for us right there. They are a disruptor. There's a flow to the battle, and Athen disrupted it when they brought the Stamp out.
Well, what we've seen a lot of the times, too, with really good Stamp players is that they will Shark and then wait to push up to use the Stamp. And that way they can get 2, maybe 3 players right away, wait for players to be bunched up. And that is exactly what they did, too. So that was really, really nice. A really good win there for Athen Fan Club. And again, once you have one key special that starts off to make your push, you can be really unstoppable.
Yeah, and it's always fun to see, seeing not only like when it's fun when you see the same weapon on each team. That's what I was looking for, because I don't know about you, Falco, but when I go into open and I'm playing something and I see the exact same weapon on the other team, I'm like, oh, so this is a throwdown. Like, I have to be better than you, or else it means nothing.
Yeah, yeah, for real. Like you gotta win those. You gotta win those situations, exactly. So Athen Fan Club getting the win there. You know, I honestly said I was going to analyze the stage and where like the tower was going to go. I did none of that. I just watched the players.
It's a very short route. It's a very, very short route. It's very condensed.
Yeah. I did get that too, but I was distracted just by, honestly, the amazing gameplay from both teams. So it's Sam from Solstice getting that triple, and then the stamp on Athen Fan Club as well.
Well, it doesn't even matter, Falco. We've already talked about it at Riptide. We're going to talk about it again. We're going skateboarding. We're going scootering. Whatever sort of wheel sport that you enjoy. We're at Humpback Pump Track, and we're playing Rainmaker. The changes that have been made, we do see a zap coming out on the side of Athen Fan Club, but there's also a zap to match on the side of Solstice. So you have a zap fight. Oh my gosh, it's actually the same across the board except the Nautilus and the Squeezer.
Yeah, your midline and backline players are going to be a little bit different here, and honestly, it's really going to come down to the 1v1s and the mechanics of these players and these teams. I think, like, based on what we saw for Athen Fan Club, they could thrive, but right now they are going to have 3 members go down. Solstice early on taking this checkpoint. Sam going to dunk it. No contest there as well. With it looks like Curb is trying to push up, and Jack there as well. They are going to have to avoid these Zuka shots, and it looks like they are going to do that, and Jack has a Zuka of their own. And unfortunately, there was an ink wall in the way, so they couldn't get some of the players on Athen Fan Club, but Solstice still not holding back, trying to push this Rainmaker, getting it to 32.
Yeah, I loved the confidence of going into a 1 versus 4 fight. You had a little bit of follow-up from the team in the back, but just not quite, I think, what you were looking for, but definitely a good distraction here. But we're going to see kind of the reverse situation happen for Athen Fan Club now. They're looking to try to get their first checkpoint as well, but with Shockwave able to follow up and Curb being able to utilize the space that Shockwave is giving them, they're going to try to hold them on this checkpoint here, but with having that point sensor online, you're marked. They know that this is where you are. You're in this choke point scenario, but Athen Fan Club is still going to try to look for it, and especially with the juice online, this could be a lead switch foul.
Yeah, and this is exactly where you need to use your point sensors, because you don't want anybody to drop into mid and get that flank. You need to catch those flanks. You know, if I am playing with a person who has point sensors, I say don't hold back on just spamming the point sensors. You need to just keep chucking them so we can catch these flanks. But yeah, Athen Fan Club still looking to try and take the lead, but Curb getting 2 of the members, including the Rainmaker. Can they take down Nilla? It doesn't look like Nilla able to. They are going to go down. They were trying to jump out through the wall as some defense had tried to jump out, but it was just a little bit too late. So Solstice really turning up the heat here in game 2.
Yeah, the people that can utilize Inkwall, y'all are amazing. Shout out Inkwall. They gotta be one of my favorite subs that people utilize in this game because it's always so unique where people can throw it and try to use it to their best advantage. Curve going down with a really good splat on their side. The Rainmaker is back in mid though, so this is Athen Fan Club's moment to get the pop and to try to get some more points on the board here to try to surpass Solstice. But Solstice, if you look in that back area there, they're pretty well spread out. They got a lot of eyes on the midfield here, and especially with Athen Fan Club having to move up to mid, it's gonna result in the wipeout. All eyes were on Athen Fan Club at that moment.
Yeah, now that Solstice got the wipeout, they don't have a lot of control in mid. They are going to go down, so Athen Fan Club, even after getting wiped out, still have a decent amount of control in mid, and they are going to be getting that Rainmaker pop as well in a few members on Solstice. So not much is lost there for Athen Fan Club, but Jack, I guess stuff is lost now with the Jack getting that nice double with the Trizuka. They are going to be taking down the Rainmaker carrier, so Solstice here, they need to control a little bit more of mid if they want to secure this lead that they have and make sure that you don't have any flanks come out from Athen Fan Club. But Jack is going to be picking it up once again, taking it on this right side. I think that's smart. Even though you went down, you still allowed your team to push up and paint in mid a little more. But yeah, it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I love the little hammer fight happening right behind the Rainmaker shield. Kind of a little bit of a barrier before that fight could really be successful there. But kind of just a firefight right now, a fist fight in mid to try to see who can pick up the Rainmaker and get some more points on their side. But Athen Fan Club has a pretty strong hold on mid. Solstice is going to let the Rainmaker reset, which I think is smart on their part. They don't want to give Athen Fan Club any more ground to try to push or prove, if you will, to get the Rainmaker any further forward, but they are going to be successful in picking it up. They're looking to try to push this right side again, but with Jack already on the map and trying to get some more in coverage, and they have eyes, Falco, they have eyes on 3 different members there, but they are seeing that the jump out is going to be better because their efforts are going to be needed more on that side there, but they are taken down 1 point away from flipping the lead. There we go.
Yeah, now they do flip the lead, and what I think Athen Fan Club did so well there is they were patient with the push. They knew that if they were in a 4v4 scenario, they can win their 1v1s. And that is exactly how they were able to take the lead, because that corner is so tricky to get past. And now we are down to the last 5 seconds for Solstice. They have a 2-player advantage. They are at the first checkpoint that is already broken, so it's still going to be a little tricky to get to past that 32 mark to the 23. And Peachy's going to be jumping down with 2 of their members down as well. So Sam is going to try and push forward, and they are able to take the lead, tying this set up 1-1.
I gotta admit, I was pretty clenched when those Trizuka shots were coming out because I thought that Peachy was going to make contact with the Rainmaker there, and I think that they did too. But unfortunately, with them breaking right and jumping down, that gave Solstice all the room to push forward and to take that lead back.
Yeah, I know that's one of those plays, like, you gotta pull this off, or else you might sacrifice losing the lead and the win, and that's exactly what happened here with Peachy. I mean, I would have thought that they were gonna get him too, with how strong the Trizuka is, but it hit the wall, and the Rainmaker carrier was just wise to hide behind, but when Peachy jumped down right here, and 2 members went down, you gotta jump back, but there's just really not gonna be enough time, or just push up and paint. But I think too, what the carrier did so well is they just recognized where the shots came from as well, and just avoided it, kind of even hugged the ledge a little bit, but I mean, Peachy did what they had to do. You gotta shoot. If you're not gonna jump back, you just gotta shoot up.
Yeah, well, I think also at that moment they could see that after Peachy's Trizuka time had ran out and they jumped down, they had all of that real estate right in front of them to try to push for the pedestal as far as they could, and Sam did just that, get the lead to switch over right before overtime hit. So, I mean, well played by Solstice. They played the long game. They played patiently. They waited for their opening, and especially when you have a Trizuka having its sights set on you, they played it well. They played it super well.
Oh, no, absolutely did. You know, and I pointed this out in the middle of the match, kind of when, you know, Solstice, they had a great lead, but when Athen Fan Club could really group together and work together, they were winning the 1v1s, especially around that first checkpoint. It's nice that it's already broken for you. You don't have to worry about dunking it and pulling it back, but when you are rounding that corner, you have to be so careful, and that's exactly what Athen Fan Club did. But we're going to be going on to Game 3 here. Clam Blitz on Museum d'Alfonsino here. and we're going to see no comp changes from either team. So I honestly, I was happy with what we saw before. I'm sure both teams were as well. But
everyone's wearing stealth jump. Everybody is wearing stealth jump.
Oh yeah, it's claims. You gotta have your stealth jump on. You gotta be stealthy with your jumps here. And two, I think the point census from Solstice, it's going to be the Nautilus who's holding up Shockwave. You really got to be spamming those as well to make sure you don't have any sneaky flanks.
My heart is very happy and clapping at this moment because we are going to go to a game 4 no matter what the outcome is of this game.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that makes me happy, but as Clan Blitz goes, it's kind of a firefight until the first team gets a soft wipe or close to a wipeout. But everybody on Solstice is already living on the side of Athen Fan Club in their spinner, on their plat, everything in between. But Athen is going to try to come out with this stamp. They're trying to push that clam away, but Shockwave is quick to respond there and take them out. They're looking for the pick on Nella and seeing that there's another follow-up as well. They're kind of just trying to paint the feet of the members of Athen Club so they don't have a lot of space to work with, which I think is working in their favor, especially because they have such great mid-control.
Yeah, they started off really early and have not let go of that. You know, they tried to push forward, but from the stamp coming out, I believe that was from Athen, and 2 members are now going to go down, 3 down. It is just going to be Quen who's going to go down, and they break the barrier, so we're going to see which players are pushing up, which ones are gathering clans. Curb is going to be chucking that stamp and not going to be getting anybody, but now they're going to have to avoid some of these Trizuka shots coming out on the side of the Athen Fan Club, and still some more claims go in for Solstice as they get down to 47, so a pretty good push and still holding onto map control, but Athen's quick to respawn, getting some picks. We see Nilla here who's able to get a nice key pick there on Shockwave as it looks like Athen Fan Club back into mid and trying to win some 1v1s.
You could tell that the call-out was happening in that moment for Curb because they had to walk backwards to pick up those clams to get a few more in the basket to put it down to the 47. You could tell the call-out was being made that like, hey, you gotta walk backwards. There's gonna be some clams here just in the queue waiting for you to throw in there, but it seemed like Athen Fan Club was already quick to respond to that and they were gonna shut that down real quick. But now Athen Fan Club is looking to have some mid-control of their own. The Trizuka by Nilla is going to be popped. You have 2 members kind of pigeonholed into this corner area here. But the stamp is going to come out. One of them is going to be taken out, but the stamp following up is going to make it difficult to get the splat on Curb. So Curb going to opt to get the juice and go back into mid to look for a fight to be taken here. But I think Athen Fan Club has so much mobility that it's going to be difficult for Curb to try to take a proper fight unless they have assistance from Jack there on the right side.
Yeah, I was going to say Solstice did a very good job working well together, working with the shot and the wiper in sync, trying to get some nice picks. Always, when you can coordinate with your team on how you are pushing forward, you are going to succeed, and that is exactly how Solstice was able to score in this position. Will they have any follow-up, though? 2 of their members are now going to go down. Shockwave and Jack are alive. Shockwave trying to push forward, but no, that is going to be it for the basket. But hey, anytime you open the enemy's basket, that just means they can't open your own. So Solstice still controlling a little bit of mid as well, but Athen Fan Club quick to push up now with one of the members on Solstice going down. So with 1:30 left, Athen Fan Club, they're again not out of it. You can still get a good push with 2 power claims and follow up, but you have to win these 1v1s in this scenario.
Yeah, and I want to say that Athen Fan Club is feeling the heat here because Solstice was able to break that basket again, but I mean, Solstice also feeling the heat a little bit too, Falco, because they didn't even get rid of their penalty to get down from the 47. They were able to make the pop, but not a lot of follow-up in order to break that penalty and to get more points on the board here. I mean, Athen Fan Club having not made a proper push as of yet, but they're looking for it. They're looking for it. And especially with this juice being online here, they're looking to try to take these fights, but Solstice has just been so successful in their 1v1s.
Yeah, they certainly have. But look at that. Look at Curb getting a really nice pick. Trying to avoid the stamp now from Athen. Oh, they jump out. Oh my god, I did not think that was going to happen. So Solstice,
I don't think they did either.
Yeah, that's crazy. Athen's staying alive now from the Zuka shots as well. One of their members are now going to go down. Look at the claims on the side of Solstice. They have a power claim. They have a few more at their disposal and a player advantage too. So again, they are not allowing Athen Fan Club to push up anywhere on this stage. And we can see that Athen is just trying to paint and push forward. and Athen Fan Club still doing a really good job. 2 specials on the line. They might be in striking distance, but here's where it gets tricky. You have to make the game-winning push as your single push. So will they be in position to do that? Nilla has the power claim trying to push forward. They don't have the player advantage, but Shockwave is going to be splatting them. Athen going to be picking it up. Can they stay alive as well? 2 power claims, no. It is just going to be the Zap player who is alive, and they are in mid, but in a 2v1 scenario, I think this game is going towards Solstice.
Yeah, Shockwave, I think, timed that rain perfectly, because that rain was coming over the spinner. You had them pushing forward from the perspective of Athen Fan Club. You had them pushing forward from the left side, and then you also had a couple of people trying to flank from the right with the rain in the middle. So there was not a lot of space for Athen Fan Club to work with there to try to move forward. So you could see as soon as 3 members made their way right here, Athen making their way up onto the plat, the rain is coming through, another special is online, and they had to immediately retreat off of that plat, and Solstice was able to play the defense so well there. An interesting tactic, I think, to use rain on the defensive side versus offensive.
Yeah, and you're in a position, you're not trying to displace members, you're just trying to get all the chip damage possible on them, and let the rest of your members come in and get the picks, and that's exactly what happened. We could see Athen there at the very end trying to throw a power clam to just keep it alive to a teammate who was spawning in, but it unfortunately hit the wall, so that's the hard part when you're down by so much. When you have a power claim, you have a permanent point sensor on you. There's really no hiding, but you know, sometimes you don't have the players alive who can hold all of the clams, so you need to save that power clam. And that's why those, you know, kind of do or die pushes at the very end can be so tricky. And it was all hands on deck for Solstice too, just on the defense. And, you know, that's where you're just kind of spamming your specials and not even seeing what sticks, but really like, I need to get rid of this because it's not going to help if I'm holding on, because we're not allowing you to push forward anyways. We might as well splat you.
Yeah, exactly. But looking forward into Mako Mart, I hope you have our membership cards. You're a gold member at Mako Mart. I would already assume that. But I think with Shockwave having the rain here, and especially with the timing of how they've been using it, that's going to be absolutely crucial here, because if either team wants to try to take the stacks, the rain is going to be really helpful for that, because I mean, there's so much surface area to try to climb on vertically versus horizontally that like the rain is going to really displace you from trying to do that. So that's going to be, I think, in favor of Solstice, unless Athen Fan Club, especially knowing that they have not made any changes in the past 2 games, how is Athen Fan Club going to try to follow up and combat that?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And I think you know, obviously, okay, we're going to have a few comp changes here. We're going to have the ballpoint come out for the side of Athen Fan Club. That is going to be Quen, who's changing from, not even from Squeezer, because that was Nilla who's using Squeezer before, but 2 members are quickly going to go down, and I believe in a trade it's going to be Wipers that go down too. But we talked about Splat Zones just controlling the stack, you know, starting with your own stack on the left, then when you are able to push forward, taking the right stack too. So we're going to see mirror coolers come out. This is a mirror match. The coolers are literally in the same spots on the map too. So
the Wipers take each other out, the coolers are in the same spot.
It's it's a true 1v1 scenario. But it looks like Solstice is going to be taking the upper edge here, getting the early lead. It is just Curb alive, who's actually doing a good job staying alive and just running away now, maybe bringing a few members from Athen Fan Club towards them, and still alive on the side of Athen Fan Club. You know, and that's what's so great. You don't even try to like fight in a 1v1. You just want to bring the attention to you, and that definitely helped them. Unfortunately, they were going to go down, but 2 members on Solstice are going to go down as well, and Athen Fan Club has very good control of the zone.
Yeah, Athen Fan Club has a really strong footing here on the mid section. And it looks like Solstice is just kind of trying to throw some stuff down. They're trying to build for special. There comes 3 specials coming online at the same time. Okay, now we're cooking Solstice. We got the Trizuka, we got the Juice, we got the Rain coming out on that left side, pushing all of the members of Athen Fan Club over to the left, and it looks like Solstice is trying their best to take advantage of that. Curb is going to be able to get 1 splat with that stamp, but it's to no avail as the zone gets recapped by Athen Fan Club. But then quickly, Solstice is there to follow up, and they're going to flip it once again. They're going to take down this penalty as fast as they can because they want to try to get more points on this board. There's still so much time in this game, Falco, and Athen Fan Club is already down to the 30.
Yeah, and this is really where, if you're Athen Fan Club, you need to coordinate your specials to push forward. We are going to see Trizuka come out from Peachy, but I don't think there was any other specials. Now they have 2 specials online, the Ballpoint with the Inkjet and the Wiper with the Stamp, but Peachy is going to be getting a nice pick. 2 members down now on Solstice. Are Solstice going to be able to take the lead? No, Athen Fan Club able to take the cap and give 42 penalty points to Solstice, but 2 of their members are going to go down now, so we're in a very skirmishy situation where it is just the Wiper alive for Athen Fan Club. That is going to be Athen, who's in the zone, trying to fight a 1v3 and staying alive, running away, but no, they are going to go down as well. So now it is Solstice's turn on defense.
I would once again like to bring up the mirror match thing because Curb did the same thing. They were alone in mid, and all they had was Wiper in hand. They didn't even have Stamp ready to go until seconds later. But the penalty for Solstice has now disappeared, so the lead is going to be flipped here unless... There we go. Okay, unless Athen Fan Club can take it out of their possession, but that is not going to happen here. And Solstice has got to be feeling pretty good about this, Falco. This is still match point for them, so if they win it here, they are moving on. But it looks like Athen Fan Club, they have so much pain down on the ground on their side, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to reverse the cap.
Oh, it was close there. We saw Nilla sneakily get up there on their left stack to try and stay alive and just paint. They were pushed up before, but did a good job and wisely backed up to stay alive. But, you know, when you get in those situations when there's less than 10 units left, you kind of got to throw everything you can towards the zone. And, you know, unfortunately there for Athen Fan Club, it did not work. And Solstice walking away in this set number 2 with a 3-1 victory. Here are the last 20 seconds during this lockout. And we can see Nilla there in the bottom. They are the only ones alive. You know, kind of in a 2v1 situation, but still staying alive. And, you know, luckily for Solstice, they were really wise in not to chase Nilla, because if you chase them, you're leaving the zone. You're leaving it more vulnerable for the rest of the members of Athen Fan Club to strike. So they were wise, like, hey, we will give you space. You can stay alive. We just don't want you anywhere towards our zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I think, I used to have kind of a vendetta against spot zones, but I think now that I feel that I've played more comp and understand it more, it's like, no, if you walk away from the objective, that could be huge trouble for you, because the distraction game is where what it comes down to in spot zones. Whose attention, and especially with these Wipers, with these front lines, whose attention can I take away from the objective to give our team the advantage? And I feel like that's what Curb initially was trying to do when they were the only one alive in the spawn area of Solstice, or excuse me, of Athen Fan Club, but they were taken out and they were only able to get one person's attention. Ideally, I feel you want yourself to be in a 2 versus 1 situation with that, because you want to take as much ink and attention away from the zone as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, again, these players aren't rookies, and they know that situation too. But let's take a look at our top 8 bracket. We do know one of the matchup is going to be Incontrol Red Sun versus Cherry Limeade. And Saf,
we've seen this before. We've seen this before.
We've seen this before. And
this is a rerun.
No, and Red Sun, I believe they got third at Riptide. They got 3rd place at Riptide, and we had the pleasure of, you know, watching them front row. But yeah, they're going to be going up against Cherry Limeade. We see BlamO is going to be in the top 8 as well. They were in the top 4 in the last Proving Grounds. Solstice, who we just saw on stream, is going to be moving up, and Sweet Tooth is going to be punching a spot here in the top 8 for round 4. But the current scores of the matches that are going on right now, you guys can see them on stream. It looks like Sonder in America, number 1. We have no score reported there. Greasy Goblins, the Australia-New Zealand favorites, are up 2-0 over 7th Heaven. And that's all the live scores that we have.
Yeah, in 7th Heaven, Falco, I believe that 7th Heaven had just gained a new member, Twig, who was previously on Secret Elixir, I want to say. So Twig is now on 7th Heaven. So this has got to be a good learning experience for them, going against a a favorite in Australia and New Zealand against Greasy Goblins. A good learning experience slash probably a pretty good fight to be putting up, because we've seen a lot of really good stuff from Secret Elixir as of late. But Falco, I want to talk about Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth going all the way back a few weeks ago, more like 5 or 6, back to Proving Grounds 18. Sweet Tooth was in the top 2. They were against Carrying Pulp in the final round of Proving Grounds 18, and they lost 3-0 to Carrying Pulp. So Sweet Tooth is not unfamiliar with the Proving Grounds way and how it goes, and I'm assuming that Sweet Tooth is, once again, like everybody else, trying to look for their top spot into finals. But they've made this voyage before. This is not their maiden voyage in Proving Grounds.
No, and they have a small, simple roster of Junkie, Hermit, Daybreak, and Kaito, and they are a fun crew to watch. You know, a few of them played in Ludi last season together as well, so they are a really fun crew to see. But we do have some scores reported now. Sonder getting the 3-1 a 3-1 victory over America #1. So they're going to be facing they're going to be facing BlamO coming up soon, and Shadow Bolt up 2-0 over. Should I call them Gabe? I'm just Gib.
Are you Gabe or Gib?
Gib. But it looks like Seventh Heaven actually going to be getting a win on Greasy Goblins here too. So
still in it. They're still in it.
They are still in it. They are still in it. And I would imagine we're probably going to go to one of those games next. But or not. Okay, it's going to be Sonder and BlamO that we're going to be seeing. Sonder, we saw them at LTC in May and did fantastic. They are a really good team. And BlamO, we mentioned in Proving Grounds 20, I believe I forget if they actually won. I'm pulling up the bracket right now, but they did very, very well. They did a very good job of making top 4, but going down to Carrying Pulp, who we already alluded to earlier. And they won the 3rd place match too. So they are not top 4 rookies. They've been in that situation, but hey, just because you got there once doesn't mean it's an easy ticket in. And when you're facing a team like Sonder, with Henlo and Birch and Scrubbin, Sheik and Toast, it's going to be a major uphill battle.
You know, Falco, I have a question for you as someone that has been to many more lands than I have. Actually, first of all, how many lands have you been to?
I have been to 6. I've been to 3 Riptides, 2 LTCs, and 1 Big House.
Okay, so I have been to 3, so I've been to half as many. And so my question for you, as someone that has seen the competitive scene in many different lights at many of the same lands, do you feel that having LAN experience and playing on the big stage gives you an upper edge?
I would say sometimes, but at this level, probably not, because at least for Proving Grounds, you know, you're going to see the teams who are typically low ink banned, where I don't think they necessarily need that LAN experience to really kind of give them the upper edge. But you're right, a lot of these players have been to LANs before, and you know, even though Sonder, it probably wasn't this exact same roster that we saw. Because a lot of rosters, you know, you could have one roster for one team. Like my team Bitterling, for instance, we you know, played at Riptide last year and this year, but we had one player swap. So like those things happen too. So it's not really comparing apples to apples. Kind of is a little bit, but I don't know. I don't think at this level LAN experience has, you know, a lot of pull, but you should, by the way, you should definitely go to all the lanes you possibly can. So
yes, you should.
Lanes 100% help you, Saf. They absolutely do. Everybody should go to them. That's the takeaway message.
That is the takeaway. But I'm curious of it because, I mean, we got to see Sonder at LTC, right? Sonder made a killing at LTC, and I believe that they got 3rd.
I think so, yeah.
Which is really great, which is absolutely wonderful, and they had a really good time and they put up a really good fight. But I just wonder that because that's a different kind of pressure to be brought on when you're playing and when you're trying to go for the win. There's a bunch of people watching, and it's in real life. There's people watching in real life, but there's people on the stream that are watching. Like, you have multiple audiences and multiple medias kind of coming into play. So how do you kind of deal with that sort of stress, I think, is what I was trying to get at, is where the LAN experience, that stress that you gain from that, how does that kind of affect your gameplay moving forward? So Sonder has a lot of experience with that. BlamO, not so sure if individuals from BlamO have that sort of experience as well. It's hard to say.
Yeah, and like even though if they're not playing like on the big stage IRL, a lot of these teams have, and a lot of these players have kind of climbed the ranks of, you know, winning low ink, winning, some even winning LSL. Like a lot of members who are on Octopi and Sia back in the day have really done really well. So, you know, when obviously a lot of people watch, you know, they all watch Low Ink and LSL and all these wonderful tournaments. So you kind of have the stage there, the nerves. I know some players in particular, they really don't like being on stream. I personally love it. I think it's fun. But
yeah,
yeah, you do too. You're in the same boat. But let's get started here with our top 8. It is Sonder versus BlamO. Let's see who's going to move on to the top 4.
And you know what? We still see double splatling. When all is said and done, when the dust clears, Falco, double splatling will still prevail. And that is what Sonder is going to be running here with this knot and ballpoint. There is a ballpoint on the side of BlamO, however. They also have so much ink to work with.
Yeah, they are going to have a lot of ink. We're going to see... I don't even think there's really such thing as a traditional comp anymore, because the meta is just kind of like... I don't want to say thrown out the window. It's just, it's hard to predict. There are weapons that are meta weapons, but every comp I think you can work with in this stage too. 2 members are going to go down now on BlamO, and it looks like they're going to try and push up on the Soup, who's going to be using the Inkjet, getting a nice pick there, keeping their team alive and keeping some map control. And it's going to be Taro who's picking it up and opting to maybe take it on the left side, but no.
They thought about it.
There were a lot of members there, and it's like, nope, this ain't it. Not this time. But
they really thought about it.
They thought about it too, and they are going to be going down now as Sonder is going to be trying to find an opportunity to push in, and it looks like they will with having a 2-player advantage. But Toffee here staying alive. Not much paint with their support, but they do have Soup. But it looks like Henlo is going to be trying to charge in, but Henlo and Soup are going to get a trade.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate too. I really like seeing how the longer range weapon can work with the Stamper, and kind of seeing the ballpoint cover fire coming in to try to get some poking damage to help out the Stamper, to help out Toffee in that situation. But, I mean, Sonder already is going to be quick with their follow-up. 3 specials coming out now, Falco. You have the Trizuka, you have the Inkjet, and you have the Juice coming out. But 2 members are going down. 3 members of Sonder now are going down. But the Rainmaker is not going to really budge from that top mid section.
Yeah, and Birch stayed alive for so long with the Tri-Slosher. I mean, you really got to rely on your team's paint. They were just like, nah, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to just try and push up and get some picks, and that's exactly what they did. So Toffee getting a nice pick there on Henlo, 2v2 in this situation. BlamO trying to pop the Rainmaker, but it looks like it's going to be contested by Sonder. They are going to get the pop. BlamO's going to be the one getting it. Can they avoid these Fizzy and these Suction Bombs? They're not going to be opting to pick up the Rainmaker just yet. They realize it's going to be a tricky situation to try and get the dunk, but now Birch is going to be trying to push in, and with the help of the Cooler, they're going to be rushing in, able to take down Taro, who is holding the Rainmaker, but still a lot of map control for BlamO. 2 players down now on the side of BlamO, with Birch still doing a good job staying alive.
I greatly enjoy seeing the change-up in mentality when Juice is online. Oh, Juice is online? Oh, doesn't matter if I die as long as I'm Juiced. Who cares?
Yeah,
it's a freebie.
You just rush for it. Yeah, that's what we say too. Like, hey, play back when you get Juice, go.
Yeah, right.
If you die, you're going to respawn real quickly.
It's a freebie. But Sonder now having the Rainmaker in their possession. There's 2 minutes left on the board. They have 1 member going down, looking in to try to take the fight here. They want to get this first checkpoint under their belt, because it'll put them on mostly even playing ground, maybe a little bit further. But with the Inkjet coming out and providing a lot of pressure, Scrub has taken a lot of damage as it is. So with that Inkjet online, and they also have Juice as well on the side of BlamO, so nobody is going to be out of the round for very long here to try to play some defense. But with the Trizuka coming out and providing a lot of space clearing here, the lead is going to be taken by Sonder.
Yeah, they're going to be risking it to get the dunk if they were successful in that manner. 2 of their members are now going to be down, with BlamO still trying to find their footing a little bit here. They're going to get the Rainmaker pop, and they have their players spread out enough that they could watch from all angles. Cooler's going to be online for both teams. They are both going to be used, but Sonder's bunched up a little bit towards their podium, so they're going to allow Splice for BlamO if they want to try and push forward. If the Rainmaker going to reset and Soup having the Inkjet, this could be an offensive push for BlamO.
Yeah, and BlamO, I think this is exactly what they're looking for here. They want to try to get as many points as possible. They want to try to be aggressive here, because I think with the comp that Sonder runs and the type of patience that Sonder can bring to the table, they know how to deal with stuff like that. And there we go. A nice pincering maneuver there from Soup and the one that was on the ground, but there's going to be a follow-up Inkjet coming out from Sonder, taking out the Inkjet on the side of BlamO and taking out the Rainmaker in the process. 3 down on the side of BlamO now here. I mean, the defensive game is in Sonder's court, but I mean, not much of a lead though, Falco, to try to maintain.
Yeah, with that Inkjet versus Inkjet, I honestly think Shy got an Inkjet exhaust splat. I don't know if they actually hit them. I think they just like hovered over them. It's like, yeah, you're dead. You can die that way, by the way, through an Inkjet exhaust. But with about 10 seconds left, really no movement. Like, if you're Sonder, you got to the checkpoint, like, this is a very low scoring game here. And if you're BlamO, you don't have to go far. You do have a 1-player advantage, down to 4v4, back to the 3v4, but Tara's going to have to be really careful avoiding these Inkjets. One of them is going to go down. 2 players alive. Soup is pushed up with the Inkjet. They are not going to get the dunk. That was so close, unfortunately, but Sonder was well prepared. And take a look at this map, because it doesn't look like Sonder was going to get the win, but they do in a 32-30 fashion. That was a wild defensive game.
To quote Popgun here, this is a very, very boring game of Rainmaker because it was so low scoring. But that's what happens when you have 2 higher level teams. They know how to play defense and they know how to switch to the offense. Looking at the replay here, the Inkjet from Shy trying to come in and apply some pressure, but Soup is already there for longer, in fact. But just, unfortunately, that Inkjet just not lasting just a little bit longer, because I feel like with that pressure that they were bringing, they could have at bare minimum popped the checkpoint and had maybe just one more shot to just get a couple more points to try to bring the Rainmaker forward. But that's what happens when you're at this high of a level, Falco. It can become a stalemate, and it could be low scoring because both teams are just so akin to what the other team is going to bring, the type of offensive maneuver that's going to happen. So it's difficult.
No, it really is. Sometimes, like, when you play the game, you don't realize, like, hey, like, nobody has really pushed this Rainmaker, and we have 10 seconds left. Because, like, you think about how, like, oh, then if we, kind of get, quote-unquote, like, the next score wins type of situation. Like, if we get the dunk, we are in very good position to take the lead. But that was actually, I forget what player that was at the very end who saved the game, basically. It may have been Scrub for Sonder, who was just kind of basically not holding forward, but just kind of like, I'm going to stand here, I'm just going to paint, because I know they have to take this path if they want to get to the checkpoint, and like, you're not going to want to move, because you know that they're going to at least get damaged, maybe not get the splat. But yeah, that was really wise of, I think, Scrub to just kind of stand there and be like, hey, I'm not moving, I'm just going to paint here and do my thing. But yeah, a very defensive game there for Rainmaker Scorch. In the last set, we saw it kind of snowball a little bit, but not this time around. But let's move on to Game 2 here, Clan Blitz Macomart. So we'll see if we see any comp changes here, and it looks like I don't believe so on the side of BlamO. And Sonder, they're going to be taking out the Vanilla Splash this time. Scrub will be using that.
And you know what's interesting, too, about this type of level is the first game is always you sussing out the other team, but I feel like both teams were doing that so well that the score was so low that they were just kind of like, okay, this is what is to be expected. They're going to wall us. Each team is going to wall each other to where the scoring can't be that high. So going into a Game 2, knowing this information on both sides, how is that going to change? Sonder finds themselves in a 3-down situation, though, with only Henlo alive in this corner here, trying to bait out Cactus, and they're successful in doing so, and also trying to bait out some other members to pull them away from the pick area. You can see Toffee zipping around in their Zipcaster looking for the pick, but they are unsuccessful in doing so as Henlo is there to follow up and take the pick.
What I thought was really funny about that was everybody knew where Henlo was and knew that they had one more Zuka shot. They're like, we don't want to get too close. It's a game of chicken. You're like, okay, the first one who goes towards them, they're going to be the first target. And Henlo was fortunate enough to get one of the picks there, and it's actually still alive, and we're able to get another Trizuka during that time as well. So we're in a 3v2 situation now, finally going in favor of BlamO, as they do have a little bit more map control, but not really in a position to score. As we see here, Cactus Shot here with 4 clams, has the most clams online for their team. And it's really, nobody has solid control of mid as well. BlamO's trying to be the team that's pushing forward a little bit. They do have a little bit more claim economy at this time. But now Toffee doing what a Zipcaster should do and just serve as a distraction. Bring all the attention towards you so that way you can get a power claim and try and push up and score. And it looks like BlamO does have the power claim, but having a hard time pushing forward. They're going to have some rain at their support. 2 members are going to go down. A 2v2 situation right now. Are they going to get this in? I don't know, as Henlo is still trying to find an opportunity to push forward.
Yeah, the Trizuka Zipcaster combo, Falco, I'm into it. I'm really into that. I'm squinting my eyes as I was seeing that type of gameplay, because as soon as the Zipcaster went down, the Trizuka was there to follow up, because if the distraction is already taken, the Trizuka can have a field day with trying to see who is going to be looking towards the Zipcaster. All eyes on the Zipcaster. Nobody's scored yet, though. We have 2.5 minutes left in the game, but BlamO here is looking to make the first score, and they're able to do so before getting splatted. Oh my goodness, I did not think they were able to make the throw there.
Yeah, they had a little bit of follow-up too, and we can see the knot here, we see Tofu staying alive, actually trying to take out the crab, but was caught in a 3v1 situation. It's just going to be the knot who is still alive. It's going to be Soup, who survived for so long, avoiding some 2v1s, but unfortunately going down in a 3v1 scenario, so only getting down to 68. Look, it is the first score, and it happened 3 minutes into the game, so if you're BlamO, you're happy with that. But if you're Sonder, you're also thankful that BlamO didn't score anymore. But look how many claims are online for Sonder, and they do have a player advantage. They have 21 and a wipeout. Sonder, you get ready to take the lead right here.
Yeah, the follow-up is insane, and there it goes. 3 power clams, Falco, into that basket immediately, and the crab by Scrub is going to be popped. Follow-up is going to be had. BlamO is trying to look in for an entrance here, while Sonder is still just throwing clams into this basket. Henlo's got 3 more to include into that. We're in the single digits now. They just need 3 more, and from Birch made the throw, but wasn't quite able to make it, but they're all just jumping in bit by bit. 1 break from Sonder, and they were able to KO.
You know, we were mentioning, hey, 68, that's passable. You know, you can get past 68 if you push.
It's doable.
That's doable, but also a knockout's doable, too.
If you're Sonder, it is.
Yeah, and that was the perfect situation, too, for Sonder. I mean, you have the wipeout. You literally have 20 clams at your disposal. Here are the last finishing moments. Scrub set up in a very key position here as a crab, taking the right stack. They're going to allow the rest of the members gather some clams, so we're going to see Henlo here score a few, and then they are going to go. Well, did they go down here? Yes, they do go down. Birch able to get 2 clams in. It looks like Scrub's turn now, and then we have one more player who's going to just follow up and get the knockout. So again, we were impressed to see, you know, kind of a score there at the end, but hey, I'm a little more impressed about the knockout.
Yeah, the knockout was super impressive, and you're absolutely right, because with Scrub being on that right stack push so far forward, that is where the main and key callouts were happening for Sonder. And those are the things that you had to keep in mind when the other members were going to push forward and follow up with the remaining clams. Now, especially with 2 members going down kind of in front of that basket area, not a lot of ink to work with for Shy to come in and make that game-winning clam throw, but that is a position to where you really want all hands on deck to try to move in for the knockout. And I think Sonder did that perfectly. But I think if they weren't in that knockout situation, Shy probably would have backed up. They probably would have backed off, because all 3 of their teammates were down, and they were like, you know what? Like, I've said my piece, and I'm gonna get out of here. But I feel like when you're in that single digit mode, it's free season, dude. It's open real estate. Well, it's free real estate.
Exactly, because it's like just trying to get that final push. That's why it's not like considered. I mean, it is considered feeding, I guess, but like you would rather risk your risk your game to try and get the knockout than get like a 40-some penalty point, because that is a pain. If you want to like wait for the next 2 minutes, even if you're the winning team, it's just kind of annoying because you have to play mid, you have to be defense, you still have to be on your toes, but you're not going to lose much by trying to get all of your players over towards the basket. You might get wiped out, and the other team, I don't think they'd be able to score because you're going to be very close to your basket anyways. So yeah, you got to just throw all... It's guns a-blazing at that time. It's free season. But let's hop in here to Game 3. Let's see if Sonder can finish it out, or let's see if BlamO has one more game that they can hold on to.
Double Splatling again, Falco. Double Splatling makes its way to the front, and you have 2 drop roller Splatlings, 1 per team, with that ballpoint and that inkjet coming out, and all hands on deck to try to cover this zone here. It's always just a skirmish. Look at this skirmish happening on the right-hand side there. Eventually, Cactus is the one that is going to be going down. The cooler is going to come out, though, for Sonder right away here, and now in a 2-down scenario with the delay on one of the players here, but Sonder is going to be the first to make some points.
Yeah, they're going to make some points and get some nice picks as 2 players go down, but 2 players go down on Sonder as well, but that doesn't matter when you're holding on to the zone. That's what's really nice about splat zones. If you are the team who wins these trades, if you're already holding on to the zone, it's just going to benefit you. And one more member now for BlamO is going to go down as well. Henlo looking for an opportunity to strike up here into mid. I believe they are getting ready for their Zuka shots as well. But Soup trying to push forward, and it looks like, yeah, members of Sonder really trying to push forward, but 2 of their members are 2 members on BlamO are going to be going down, so Sonder is still doing such a good job, and honestly not even pushing up very much. They really haven't gone on the ramp on the left side to help get some splat, or to help push up. They've just been relying on letting BlamO drop it down, and now Toffee's trying to get some picks, but they're going to go down as well. I believe Sonder's going to recap this zone with having 2 players on BlamO down, 3 members down, just Soup alive, and Sonder's in a very good position to that.
Exactly, and you can see that BlamO was focusing splats, but Sonder's been focusing the zone. But when BlamO is put in this type of position, Falco, what else can they do?
I don't know anything. And again, I think it was amazing that Sonder literally did not even have to push up at all. They probably threw a few suction bombs through, like, you know, had their inkjet push up over there by the tree, but nobody went up. Nobody really went up on the side of BlamO's side. I don't think they wanted to strike too early, and honestly, they weren't in a position to do that. When you're in a 2v4, it can be pretty tricky, but if there's 1 player alive, you're really going to rush forward. But yeah, with these last moments of this game here, we can see Soup just trying to do everything they can to really stay alive. They are always moving with this inkjet, and really couldn't even, you know, use their inkjet in a good spot. It was like, oh, I need to push up and go. So there was really no time for them to, you know, play in it. It's just kind of like, I have it, I need to use it to push them out. But Sonder, we saw them, you know, have a slow start in Game 2, but have a very strong start here in Game 3, and that is going to propel them to the top 4.
Yeah, and I think BlamO definitely gave them a run for their money, because some of those games were a little bit questionable there, but I think Sonder really found their footing come Game 3 in Splat Zones, because, I mean, come on, man. When you're Sonder and you've been around since Splatoon 2, Inkblot Splat Zones, you've been here before. You've done this before. You know what to expect. You know what to do, and I think Sonder just did that. They executed that perfectly.
No, they have, and they've been in these not high stakes. I mean, they've been in high stakes positions before, but in top 8, like, they know what they're doing. You know, they know what the job is, and they succeeded very well. Really in all 3 of these games too. But yeah, so they're going to be moving on to the top 4. I might be the first one to clinch. No, it's going to be Red Sun getting a 3-1 victory over Cherry Limeade.
Ooh.
They are going to be moving on to the top 4 as well. But taking a look at the lower half of the bracket, Solstice up 2-0 over Shadowbolt, and Sweet Tooth up 2-0 over Greasy Goblins. So pretty soon we will have those scores reported for you as we move on to our top 4. But before Saf and I sign off, we do have one event that we would like to talk about that is coming up here in the next week here on IPL. We will be having This is your cue to switch paper elemental. Wait, I don't think he's ready, but I'll start talking about it anyways. We're gonna have Super Jump 3 will be happening next Saturday and Sunday here on IPL, September 23rd and 24th. This is an open invite tournament of any skill level with multiple brackets for, again, teams of every skill level to participate in. This is IPL's major that happens once a year every September. You can sign up by going to start.gg/superjump. Saf, we're going to have the pleasure of being on the mic together for day one, and I'm very excited.
Oh, me too. I'm so excited to be invited to go to Super Jump. Super Jump is always a really good time, and it's always a high stress time because, you know, who is going to super their jump, Falco? I mean, it's the third one to try to figure out who's going to do that the best, and I'm expecting nothing but the best to be there.
Absolutely, and I believe we have multiple teams already signed up for Super Jump, but it is not too late for you to sign up as well. Again, go to start.gg/SJ to sign up. But, Saf, that is going to be it for us. It's been a pleasure. I already miss you.
Oh, I miss you so much, Falco. Like, oh my gosh.
We saw each other 3 days ago. I miss you.
No, I miss you.
Where can we find you, Saf?
On the Twitterverse, or X, as the other folks call it, the other folks. You can find me on Twitter at Safirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's at Safirea. Or if you want to follow me on Twitch, that's also totally fine. Hair twirl at Safirea or twitch.tv/Safirea. But the Falco Flyer, the one and only Falco Flyer, the GOAT Falco Flyer, Mr. Ludi Tonight himself. Where can we find you?
You can find me FalcoFlyer11 on Twitter, FalcoFlyer11 on Switch. Coming up, you have K-Bot and Nox Raven to close out the top 4 here for Proving Grounds 21. We will see you soon. Take care.
Welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast of Proving Grounds. Tonight, I would normally be a good boy and have the number offhand, and now I'm staring right at the number because I realized that I still have the bracket pulled up. It's Proving Grounds 21. My name is K-Bot. I am joined by Nox again. Nox, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How's your day been so far? How are you doing on this Friday night?
My day's been great. I had to do like my morning things normally, and then I came home. I had an afternoon meeting that was canceled, and I took a nap.
Nice.
So I am feeling myself pretty nice right now, beside for a little headache. But you know what? That happens. Should be fun tonight here, as we've got a double elimination top 4 as per usual on the Proving Grounds broadcast. And we'll be starting off by watching Red Sun versus Sonder. And yes, this is at the commentator's request because I am coaching Sonder and I need to take all of the notes that I can and express my frustrations for them live to a public audience. So that is the reason for that.
It's a good reason. I do admittedly always have a bias towards Red Sun, pretty close with a member on the team. So it should be a fun set to commentate between the two of us.
We were talking about this ahead of time, and most likely it's not actually that you're going to take the side of Red Sun and I'm going to take the side of Sonder. It's more likely going to be you're going to take the side of Red Sun and I'm going to take the side of against Sonder and be able to pick out all the bad things that they're doing because I'm used to watching them do these bad things.
Yeah.
So that's what that'll look like. On the other side of the bracket, of course, we've got Solstice and Greasy Goblins, two teams with representatives hailing from the oceanic region, from Australia and New Zealand. So it should be fun to see what comes out of those rosters as well, and how they pair up against the teams that perhaps most of our North American fans are more familiar with.
Yes. Especially with Red Sun and Sonder, they are teams that have played each other quite a bit at this point. Just, most tournaments.
They run into each other every once in a while.
Yeah.
I mean, Red Sun, actually, I think Red Sun only signs up for a tournament once in a blue moon. They don't really, do it that often.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
This isn't their second tournament this week at all.
Nope.
And they're probably not also planning on playing in Squid Junction, for sure. They would never.
They would never. Here we go. We'll kick things off now on Museum d'Alfonsino. Expecting to see relatively similar compositions here. And indeed, mostly the case, a little bit more range on the side of Sonder for a little bit of extra, maybe stalling power in that 52 for Red Sun.
Yeah. Definitely pretty standard comps to see coming out right now. 52 Gallon Nautilus, not necessarily the weapons you always see, but very consistent, very good weapons. We've been seeing them for forever at this point for a reason.
Seeing these teams get set up right away, and you're seeing the Zukas start to trade blows. They'll each find a trade to start things off here, but you're already noting that Red Sun's actually moving quite a decent ways forward. They'll get caught off and teamed up with as Sonder now looks to try to take control of mid again. Sonder in the purple, Red Sun in the yellow, but now Grim comes up with the Inkjet. We watched Grim be pretty proficient on this Inkjet on Wednesday in SOS, and now it's going to net the 3 down as they start rushing towards the barrier.
Yeah, great job here setting up for this push, really making sure they have the things they need to establish it, keep it going. Already down top 60, great start to it. They are going to have to back off a little bit from that Zuka. 2 of them do get caught out, and it looks like that might be the end of it for now, but they still have a decent bit of mid control.
Defense comes through here for Sonder, and they're starting to break back in. Krim going all the way over to this right side, and now it's going to get pressured and jumped away. But now the question is going to be, how does Sonder actually find an engagement? And that is not good news. Your ballpoint gets taken off of the map immediately. You're not able to really establish yourself in mid here at all. And now they're going to be looking to probably try to go for a few more of these scrappier kills with this cooler down on the bottom left side, looking for these fights, but actually Red Sun's going to be able to collapse on them down here in the corner. Sonder's going to go 2 down, and Red Sun still with control of mid. Might be looking to make another push, and here they come.
Might be a little early here with the specials coming out of Red Sun, but no, I was wrong. They actually did manage to get the plans together. I just didn't see any on the board right there. That's on me. It's not going to be a super significant push for them right now, it seems like, but any push you get is better than none. Keeps the other team from being able to do much for a while, and this might be a triple here out of Joe. Not quite, but that's definitely a problem for Sonder.
Joe comes up with a couple there, and now Sonder still locked onto their own plat. need to find a way to take back control of some level of bid, especially with the oncoming push coming in from Red Sun. You need to see the triple hold again as the Zuka tries to come up from the left side. Shy's now going to bully one away to fall in the water, but still Sonder's going to go 2 down. Shy comes out of the Inkjet, gets immediately dropped on after that jump comes through, and now Red Sun is continuing to rack more points on the board. You see their aggression here and how much map control they had from the middle of the map, as Pico's going to be able to come on back in with another football. No, that'll get denied finally as Red Sun establishes themselves underneath their own barrier. It'll go back online here, but again, what's Sonder going to do? They've got to find a way to take back some control a bit, not get caught out here, and try to find some advantage before Red Sun pops all their specials again.
Yeah, they're just having such a hard time managing to get a foothold in mid, especially since they keep having to use their specials to break out of their own flat, which is never really where you want to have to use them. We are getting to see them use some of them in mid here now. They've managed to get 2 members down. It's like they're going to be able to start getting a push off here, but will they be able to make it in before Red Sun has something to say about it?
Zuka and the Inkjet comes out at the same time. Scrub starts to walk forward, but there's the Zuka. Comes up with one, probably an assist onto another, and it's 3 down for Sonder there immediately. Just did not have the same engagement power that they really needed, and now it's right back the other way for Red Sun, who's looking for yet another push. Nico's about close to getting a football, but the flank finally comes through from Scrub with a little bit of range for that Nautilus. Is going to be enough to lock things down. Beautifully done from Sonder, but now can they capitalize? Can they rush the other side of the map fast enough? Because Red Sun is already trying to contest this plat.
Yeah, taking advantage of those tactical or deaths. There's already an Inkjet coming out trying to deny space, but the Zuka manages to find 2. That's just 2 members of Red Sun left up, and Sonder looks like they might be able to start getting a push up here, but no, Joe dropped down looking to find some space to play with and managed to. They do manage to get a power slam in without much chance at a follow-up, it seems like.
How annoying has Joe been this entire time? Now Shad's going to pop this Inkjet, but as you mentioned, not really much in the way of follow-up. Sure, it's another 2 down, but without the ability to actually establish themselves here, Scrubs left alone is going to get quickly cleaned up there as Red Sun's able to find the collapse there. Only 1 power clam in the basket for Sonder, and now with 30 seconds left to go, they don't have a lot of specials to their name. They don't have a lot of clams to their name, and here comes Red Sun yet again, led by Cream's Inkjet. Gets 1, looking for a second, but Birch is going to have to jump away. And once again, Red Sun has control of the middle of the map.
Yeah, Red Sun's sitting pretty comfortable right now. They're not really too worried about much. A one power clam push is not very intimidating when you push all the way to 31, and there's no pity clam on the board. And that is the first game of this set going to Red Sun.
Props to them. Again, a lot of their engagements came in all at once, right? They were able to find the specials. They were able to get certain targets taken care of and neutralized. And at the end of the day, some of those pushes just didn't quite look as coordinated as I would like to see them from Sonder as their coach, right? Sometimes, how many times have I asked the 2 of them not to pop the Zuka and the Inkjet at the same time? Spoiler alert. It's a lot of times, and I saw that happen at least once in that game while they were trying to get on top of Plat. And so, again, that, like, I roll my eyes here, but it's important to stagger your specials, especially the specials that do very similar things, because otherwise, once your Inkjet jumps back, or once that Zuka, fires all 3 shots away, what else are you going to do to actually establish yourselves on the opponent's side of the map? The answer is not much, because you don't have anything else to continue shoving them back and actually making a concerted effort to get a push down to that barrier.
Yeah, and Red Sun did do a great job there of just taking advantage of every little inch of space they were able to create, and that always makes such a huge difference. It does seem like the couple chances Sonder started being able to try and make a push, they hesitated a little bit too much trying to get out of mid.
Next up here, Splat Zones on Shipshape Cargo Company. What am I supposed to think about this map other than the flanks again? Jog my memory.
I mean, there's some fun verticality to play around with. You can also go up between the 2 walls in the mid area, which is different than a lot of other maps. It tends to allow for a lot of mobility. People can get in each other's faces really quickly. I'd expect all of the more frontline weapons to really just be at each other's throats the whole time. And knowing the ball points for these teams, they're also going to be at each other's throats quite a bit.
That is valid. To that end, though, one of the players that we saw come up consistently with doubles or something of that sort is Joe, right? This player's been around for a long time, been known to look for these flank angles, be very independent, and still find ways to surprise the enemy team and come across with some of these KOs. Expect to see Joe do that here all the same on this 52 gal. There's no real changes come out of the compositions. I don't expect to see many changes come out of these compositions.
No, these teams both tend to run what they run, and they tend to be fairly similar comps. Both ball points keeping an eye on each other right here. Joe going for a flank on that left side. We do see this Tacticooler already out on the side of Red Sun, allowing them to keep this forward momentum up, and that Inkjet coming out, just allowing them to really start setting up this hold.
You start to see Sonder go down one at a time. Now Shy's trying to pop this Inkjet, trying to find something, forcing some of the members of Red Sun back. But who else from Sonder's there? Scrub's on this left side, but it's going to get swarmed by a couple of members of Incontrol. And now Sonder, once again, is stuck on this right side of the map, trying to pop their specials and get in, but they haven't really found a full engagement as a team. Now they're finally able to get two down, but Crim's up with the Inkjet's going to be difficult to try to clear away, especially flying around these boxes, and finds one onto Henlo there with the geometry angles. It's still Red Sun's hold. Sonder did not enforce this penalty, and Red Sun is likely to just run away with this at this point.
It does seem like it. We saw them do incredibly well on this map this week, also during SOS. It seems like they just have kind of figured it out pretty quickly for how short of a time it's been out.
Now Sonder is going to be able to find the re-engagement. Come on back in here. You see Henlo trying to pop that Zuka and look the other way. Birch is going to get a nice one there on to Nico, but the Inkjet comes out yet again from Crim. Is this guy running like two mains of special charge up, or what's going on here? Feels like there's almost
like
always an Inkjet coming out.
Crim hasn't really gone down at all this game, and when you don't go down, you are just continuously getting your special on loop. So, just a pretty easy way to keep those Inkjets coming out. And there is that Zuko from Nika really doing a great job at managing to keep this pressure up and just allowing themselves to really stay in Sonder's face.
See, Red Sun still has a decent bit of map control. Now a little bit overextension. Sonder finally able to find the 3v1 there. Now Henlo trying to challenge this. Beam trying to support. Cut one off from the left side. Birch is forward here, but Sonder needs to make a play for the zone at this point. Here's Crim and the Inkjet, though, right in the middle of the zone. Finally, the Zuka's going to be able to find the arc shot in, and now it's two down for Incontrol. Shy and Scrub trying to work their way forward, trying to utilize some of their range, and they'll find the cap onto the zone. Nico's finally going to go down on an awkward drop, and now Red Sun, another two down. Sonder has to try to find a way to set up for a hold here.
Yeah, and they do have that tactical already, so they can play a little bit more aggressively here. Henlo looking to start moving forward, looking to find the space to play off of. Does have that Zuka ready. So does Red Sun, though, but they do manage to find a pick on Beam. That's absolutely huge, taking out that Tacticooler.
Tacticooler going down means that respawns are not going to come online and might even be a little bit more difficult to sync up to go for a second push if this one falters. But Crim on the far right side has enough space to work with the Inkjet, finds one onto Scrub. Who else is going to fall for Sonder? Joe's starting to move forward. We'll find a trade there, but Shy's still on this top left, zoning it away at least one. Scrub's going to be able to jump in, and now Red Sun is looking to try to find the drop onto the backside of the zone. They're able to find the cap here without Sonder going down. Looks like they were just giving it away. Is now they look towards Joe. Joe gets taken out now, and they're looking for the re-engagement, pushing some of these members of Red Sun back. They find the retake here and are still looking to hold on, but that penalty is going to be very important to walk through, especially going two down right after as the re-engagement comes through for Red Sun.
Both of these teams are very much at each other's throat, picking these constant back and forth fights, and both of them getting those really long, impressive holds, managing to really show that they know how to get one. Red Sun just able to establish them a little bit better at the moment, as we're seeing Sonder trying to break back in, but not going to quite be able to do it, as they kind of set themselves up in a tight little corner.
So I do emphasize playing together, but maybe not that close together from Sonder. Everyone was right there trying to swing all at the same time. They got very easily cleared out, and that is going to be the game there. Red Sun takes it away, and some things were kind of working there for Sonder towards the back half of the game, but when Red Sun's able to get that much of an advantage early on in the game, they have an incredibly long hold. And in fact, for almost 2 minutes of the game, they were holding on to that zone, right? When you have that and you're playing from behind, it's a lot more difficult for that to come out on top. So had to try to find things to sync up, and of course the map unfamiliar I think is probably getting them a little bit. So that'll be a good one. VOD reviews later, tell you that much. But
definitely a lot to go over there. But next we're going to go on to TC Hagglefish. Definitely a map both of these teams should be extremely familiar with.
A little more familiar, I think.
You know, just played a little bit, just occasionally.
Occasionally. You know, not, you know, every once in a while it might pop up or something. You know.
Yeah, I mean, at least for TC, it's not every tournament.
That's
sometimes. True. But they're very familiar with the map as a whole, and this map doesn't change all that much between modes.
Although, one of the things that does change is how you're playing the map. Because I think the defensive positions you're taking, especially as that tower is approaching the first checkpoint and the second checkpoint, do tend to be a little bit different. And in fact, I was just talking with this team about how they're intending on doing it on Tower Control Hagglefish last night. So we'll see if they start employing some of the things that we'll find out. I do think this has taken, it's been a long thought experiment, but I do hope that some teams consider doing something where they actually are able to not play the game and just sit down, pull up the Sendo.ink map planner, and talk through what they want to do. How are we actually going to find engagement? I don't think most teams do that. I think most teams just think playing the game is more fun, so they're going to do that.
That is a fair point. It is a little more fun to just play the game sometimes.
Yeah.
They do have a point.
So, you know.
Sometimes you just have to go on the Sendo.ink map planner, though, and treat it like it's a game of chess as a treat.
Yeah, well, most people wouldn't think playing a game of chess is a treat, but to each their own. As we get set in here, again, very similar compositions, and we'll see who decides to try to go for a first advantage here. See Scrub flanking on the right side, and we see the engagements come through with this Zuka. Looks like Henlo going to get caught off guard. The engagement was trying to come through for Sonder on the right side, but very quickly collapsed on by Incontrol Red Sun. And now we see Krim up in the air once again, going to get shot at by two people and finally taken out of the sky. And it looks like this push actually isn't going to go to Red Sun right off the rip.
It does not seem like. It seems like right now Sonder was able to clean up that first push, going to be able to allow themselves to set up, but Joe going down for this flank again, taking advantage of this whale to really allow their teammates to start getting into mid, really just trying to shut down this first checkpoint, because it is an annoying checkpoint to have to break through.
Appears as though Sonder decided to give it completely up, but now they've got to find this one here. Very important to find that one on to Joe before things start to get too far out of hand. And now Incontrol Red Sun going to go effectively 3 down with one of the last ones there jumping away. Means that Sonder is going to have the opportunity to look towards this first checkpoint again, but they don't have a lot of area coverage up to that right side. And there's the Inkjet coming out of Krim from that top canopy on top, shooting down with such height. Completely shuts down that push there. And Scrub's going to take a couple here for their road, but other than that, the push is going to falter, and they still can't quite get to this first check.
Yeah, this is a map where that first checkpoint is so hard to break through because the other team's always going to have high ground over you, pretty much, and it's so much harder to break through that in those kind of situations. We're seeing Krim managing to drop for the trade on the Nautilus on that side, and I believe that was a tactical death. Yes, it was. So they will be right back and able to get that Inkjet again right away. As you were mentioning earlier, Red Sun's really good at keeping those Inkjets out very consistently.
Here's the tactical out for Incontrol Red Sun as they approach the first checkpoint. But look at this. Sonder still pushed back so far in their base by some of the members of Incontrol who are going very far in. One went down to a Zuka, and now Krim's going to be able to find the jump here as the Inkjet is going up in the sky once more. There's another one against Birch, completely shutting down any kind of approach from this top right side. And again, Sonder starts to stagger now. The second checkpoint's going to fall. Shy pops this Inkjet and tries to come forward here, but doesn't look like he was able to find that much value altogether. Finally, the wipeout comes through as the rest of the team is able to collapse on that tower. But down to the third checkpoint already in this game, Red Sun is going to have quite a bit of breathing room in the latter stages here.
Yes, absolutely. They definitely know that they can play pretty safely right now. Obviously, you still want to keep mid. You still want to push into mid. You still want to hold a lot of space. you still want to go for the KO when there are 2 minutes left. But you know that if you have to play more safe, more defensive, you're not in danger because of it.
See what happens here. It appears as though Birch is playing very passively, was afraid of maybe this exact flank coming in from Joe, and is able to find that one. Now has the tacticooler, but there's no one else from the team really around. Birch is actually going to get caught on the railing, and now Red Sun is just looking for the engagement here altogether, picking target after target away from Sonder. As the tower starts to approach, Shy's going to go up to this canopy, and Nico's going to try to take him out of the sky, but no, looks like won't be able to do that there, and maybe this push will start to collapse in Red Sun. Where's the next engagement going to come through? Is Sonder going to look to try to go towards that tower? Or is it going to be Red Sun that tries to rush the opponent's plat? It appears as though trades around is just going to be the answer, and they mostly favor Sonder here on the defensive side. But even still, Red Sun has eaten an entire extra minute off of the clock here.
Yeah, it's so important to just keep in mind the amount of time you can just eat away in Splatoon. Crim managing to somehow live there, taking advantage of the defense of that tacticooler and drop roller. But we don't see any specials really online for Red Sun right now, which is not necessarily where they want to be in this situation. Of course, they do have a 52 gal that's just gonna try and make some things happen. But they're probably, I mean, they're not really close to any specials. They're sort of close to Bazooka, but I guess who needs them if you're just gonna keep having a 2-down situation?
Scrub now finally is going to get collapsed on by the members of Red Sun and will get taken out. No one else was there from Sonder to really be able to keep up with his presence. And now, with 20 seconds left to play, Red Sun is already rushing towards Sonder's side of the map, trying to keep them in their own spawn. And the tower is continuing to push for them all together. It's going to be a 2-down here. Sonder might have an opportunity, but they've got to ride this tower all the way back to the enemy's 3rd checkpoint. Clear out that entire canopy space to the top right side and really look for a solid push here. They've got the map coverage to do it early, but it's a long road to go.
It is, and with that inkjet out, it is a dangerous road to try and get through. Beam trying to keep an eye on this tower, taking advantage of that inkjet chip damage and able to hop on it before the super jump lands. That is Red Sun continuing on in this proving grounds.
Hats off to Red Sun there. Had, again, a lot of fantastic plays, and it seems as though right now they were the more coordinated team. They were the one that was able to take that top right side, right, underneath that canopy as that tower was going from the first checkpoint to the second checkpoint. And there was no approach that could possibly come in from the side of Sonder. Once they were trying to commit 2 members up there, and once those 2 members went 2 down because they couldn't get the inkjet that was flying just out of reach above their heads, that was going to be that push that got us down to 18. And then you see the very ending here, things start to come together, and they get the lock onto this tower at the very end. So Red Sun will go ahead and take it, punch their ticket into winners finals, and we are still waiting on the result here of Solstice and Greasy Goblins. They sit at 2 games to 1 respectively.
Yes. Definitely really interesting sets coming out of these teams tonight, though. And as always, Sonder had their moments. They definitely did make Red Sun have to work hard for that.
Sure, they did.
Okay.
We can go with that.
Yeah. I was going to try and be nice to the team you coach.
Well, I won't. You can ask them. I am very rarely nice to them, which is probably, that is a me problem, and I do need to be slightly less pessimistic. But,
to be fair, my experiences with coaching are teaching literal toddlers to ride horses, so I only know how to be positive.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I typed in like one of the notes, oh, that was a good push in all lowercase. They're like, wow, you actually typed in the notes that was a good push. Yeah,
just some differences in habits.
Some differences. I think a lot of it has to do with the age difference. You can't really do that for toddlers.
Yeah. No, and like the oldest kids I've mostly worked with were like 14, and 14-year-olds you still got to be pretty nice to. They're pretty sensitive generally.
Yeah. Meanwhile, sometimes I have to raise my voice to get my point across. So at least that's what it feels like when I'm dealing with. Oh
no, you still have to do that with the kids. You still have to raise your voice. They don't like listening still.
Yeah, right. Probably with the kids specifically, you have to instill the fear of God in them. Okay.
Look,
Very
if
important.
I'm gonna put a 4-year-old on a horse, they better understand that they need to listen.
That is a critical component.
Just to, I just want them to be safe, and sometimes they
Yeah.
need to know fear to be safe.
Right. We are going to game 5 in the other set.
It seems like
between
it.
Solstice and Greasy Goblins. How about that?
Very fun.
I got no other comments here. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see which team comes out on top. I'm sorry I don't really know the players as much because I haven't been paying very close attention over the past 3 months.
Yeah. Admittedly, because it's Oceanic teams, I don't know them quite as well as I usually would. I need to keep up with the Oceanic scene a little bit more than I do.
Yeah. All right. Well, tell you what, folks. While we wait for that game 5 to wrap up, we're going to send to a very brief break. So don't go anywhere. There's more Proving Grounds 21 coming up on the other side of this, including winners finals, where we'll get to see whether or not Red Sun can send it to Grands. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Assuming Twitch doesn't send us offline. That's always a possibility, I suppose. Welcome back to Proving Grounds 21, where there was a banger 5-game series that we completely missed on stream. Whoever picks the last match should be properly dealt with. Instead, now we've got the winners finals set between Incontrol, Red Sun, and Solstice. For chat, for those of you that aren't in the know, of course, I am the one that mostly said that we should do the other one because I wanted to watch the team that I coached.
Yeah, I mean, saves you some time.
Yeah, right. So I don't know, ban me, I guess. They'll never have me back or something.
No.
Winners finals here. Solstice was the team to beat Greasy Goblins in the game 5 as the repeat of the Australia-New Zealand championship or something of the sort. So we're told. So the 1 seed and the 2 seed will be heading off against each other here in Ox.
Yeah. We're going to be starting off on Zones Inklot. Such an unfamiliar map to everyone, for sure.
No. I actually, how do you play this one again? I don't know how this one works.
Really? You don't know how this one works? I think you just want to get in. I think it's just all about getting in mid or something, maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is in hibernation. I've been in hibernation for as long as this game or this map has been in tournament map pools. So
that's just not true. That one's just actively untrue.
All right, folks, here we go. getting into things here. I'm excited to see this. Obviously not as familiar with all of the Australian players. I know Shockwave I expect to be seeing on some kind of Splatling. I was about to say Nautilus and then changed over to some kind of Splatling because playing the ballpoint here tonight.
It is.
Of course, we've seen that ballpoint be quite an aggressive presence on the side of Incontrol Red Sun, and we'll see if Shockwave can try to match it.
Yeah, and nothing too wild out of either of these comps. I like seeing that Slatana Wiper come out. I really like what it can do, but we are seeing Nico managing to find a pick with that Tsuka and really allowing Red Sun to pretty much be moving very far forward already.
Already looking for this engagement. Crim's going to come away with yet another one, as it's 2 down now for Solstice, and Red Sun has plenty of control. Looking to challenge the Plat side as they've got 2 people there. Joe's going to drop back for this killer whale, but now Crim starts to aggress with the oppressive range of that ballpoint. And so much is yellow on the map right now. Solstice needs to find a way back in, and now it's starting to come online with a couple of specials to do just that, but the tactical lure gets thrown a little bit too far out. Jack's going to pop the Zuka to find one, but here comes Joe again. It's going to take one down for the road, but it'll still disrupt anything that Solstice wants to try to do. Now, Star Wars, Shockwave, going to have to drop back. Runs out of time in that Inkjet. Crim's still here, forcing the members of Solstice back and trying to just hold onto this zone, but they've got to find some way to get a level of purple ink on the zone. Tries to find the drop here as Jack. Finally, Joe's get taken out, but now, will the zone be able to flip in time? It's pauses at 2, but the beam is still online on the far right side. Trades are happening on that left side of the map, favoring Solstice, and now it's going to be... are able to find one, but are they able to find the zone? Shockwave is still in Inkjet, and finally, the cap is made 90 seconds in. Solstice finds their first hold, but now will they be able to hold on from this?
Yeah, Solstice managing to get that zone back by the skin of their teeth. Luckily able to get those important trades that they needed to make that work. We are already seeing a couple members going down on the side of Solstice, though. Shockwave managing to stay alive over there, but not going to get pressured pretty heavily, getting taken out by Beam in that Inkjet.
Now you're seeing, again, a lot of yellow ink coming out here from Red Sun. I think that's one of the things that they are really looking for and really trying to lean towards with a ballpoint plus their 3 shooters, is that they can paint this floor incredibly well and keep a lot of that map control, try to limit the opportunities that this wiper might have. And indeed, Kirby's going to get taken out, going to that right side. It's 2 down now for Solstice, make that 3 down as they're able to find yet another pick, and the hold continues for Incontrol.
Yeah, Incontrol's doing just an exceptional job here of setting up what they need to set up. We are now seeing this hammer coming out from Kirby, looking to put some disruption on zone. Not going to be able to do too much. They might be able to flip it here, though, but no, not quite yet. We're seeing Red Sun just managing to keep this paint output, like you were saying, but it is just Crim left up, and they're going to manage to jump out.
Another cap is going to come through. Now, how far will Solstice elect to actually aggress here? Looks like not going full committal, at least so far. But with Kirby now having the Ultra Stamp online, we'll see if they get caught out. Actually, they're just going to get jumped on, as now Crim's going to pop that Inkjet once again, goes for it all the way, and here come the rest of the specials from Incontrol Red Sun to force the members of Solstice back and take back the zone.
Yeah, Red Sun, once again, just knowing that they don't need to make, like, really long holds at this point. As long as they keep flipping the zone into their favor, they're pretty much good for the rest of this game.
But another 2 down. Maybe another opportunity for Solstice to try to come on back in here. Time is starting to run out on them, though, as now 80 seconds remain for them to find a way to hold on. And now the zone gets capped from underneath Sam's feet. Shockwave is back up for the Inkjet again, looking for a pick onto this right side, and now is going to force a trade. But what more is going to come for this? Pretty soon, the KO is going to come through from Red Sun. Shockwave jumps back and now is right on top of this zone, looking to try to layer that extra paint on, and now looking for a pick onto that left side. Finally, they'll find the cap again, but here comes Nico, and Red Sun is relentless in their aggression, in their ability to try to disrupt things that Solstice is doing.
Yeah, Red Sun just consistently putting out that high paint, high pressure kind of style. Tactical are coming out from both sides here. Killer Whale coming out. Most of the specials from Red Sun having been popped. Crim looking to find a pick on this right side. Not going to be able to find a pick on Sam, though. Trying to get this cap. Gonna be able to. There are 30 seconds left in this game. If you're Solstice, you are not feeling comfy right now.
Yeah, not only do you have to contend with the 20-second clock, also I think Red Sun's penalty is probably going to run out ahead of that time, so it's going to be even less here for them to come in. And look at how much presence Red Sun already has onto their opponent's plat. You see it laid out in the yellow ink that's there already. The range advantage was there. It forces the specials out of Solstice here early, and now they're trying to come in, but it's just a little bit too late. Red Sun takes game 1.
Really great job there out of Red Sun. We saw them do what they've been doing all night of just keeping up that paint, keeping up that pressure, and getting those very consistent picks out of their specials.
Consistent picks, and again, having that area control, right? I tried to call that out every single time I saw it because you saw them move forward towards plat so often. And here at the end of the game, look at where they're set up. You see even Nico contesting that upper left side. Shockwave goes down way up there to probably a random bomb or the long range of the ballpoint. And it was just so difficult for Solstice to find a way back in. They're forced to pull the trigger at this point when they realize that they only have single-digit seconds left, and at that point, it is too little, too late. Thanks to the amount of range control that Red Sun had, getting that ballpoint forward, getting some of their other members forward onto the plat position, made the game near impossible to come back from. So we'll see what happens here, because the other thing is what I am told, Nox, is that tower control on Ship Shape plays incredibly snowbally as well. If you can really get your momentum going here, it is going to be very easy for Red Sun to just continue to keep up the aggression that they're known for, continue to buy space, and could very quickly look for a knockout here.
Yeah, they definitely could here. Also, just a map where their 3 shooters in a ballpoint comp is not going to have a lot of problems. It is a very consistent kind of comp to play. It doesn't necessarily struggle in many situations, especially with the specials that they are running. And of course, Trizuka always useful in a pinch when Nico has it and seems to get doubles nearly every time.
But now the real question is, if you are Solstice, is there anything you could do to stop the snowball from getting too far out of hand? Particularly on this map, because it feels like that's going to be the largest thing that a lot of folks are running into, right? How do you actually set up your defenses here, especially when you've got things of equal range in your composition? But I don't know. What are potential answers here?
I don't entirely know. I don't have a ton of time on this map on tower control yet, but that heavy edit is an answer to some things, that's for sure. It is great at shredding through everything. That crab tank also is a pretty solid answer as long as they're not, getting immediately Zuka'd or inkjetted.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, but I think that edit probably allows for the splash to come out, and they're hoping to rely more on the crab tank. And if they can try to pick off the Zuka early, that crab tank could have free reign. Now you see the Zuka, though, come out of Nico, targeted towards this left side, and now it's a 3 down already. Actually, make that the delayed wipe, as Solstice was able to win fights on other sides of the map. It looks like they're going to get the ones to take this first push here. But now, again, they look for the engagement. They get collapsed on as the crossfire set up by Incontrol Red Sun, and it might get stopped as early as this first check. Although, as I say that, Red Sun's 3 down once again.
Red Sun is 3 down, but Nico's moving up fast, trying to find that pressure, but does get pinched between that wiper and that ballpoint. Beam looking to try and get some pressure up here. Gonna have to reposition a bit, but no, Crim plays cleanup and allows them to just keep trying to hold this area. Hammer manages to take out one, but Joe managing to get the cleanup there, and it seems like Red Sun is going to be able to start really breaking through mid here and looking to get the next push going.
Yeah, 2 down there for Solstice, and now starting to stagger as Joe's able to pick up yet another one, but trades are starting to come back and forth. Red Sun's the one to go 2 down, nearly 3 down. Now another trade happens, and again, these teams are at each other's throats. They're continuing to throw blow after blow, and they get picked off time and time again. Slowly, it feels as though momentum shifting over to Solstice here, but of course, it's just going to get stolen right back in the blink of an eye, as now the Killer Whale comes out, and Red Sun moves up this right side.
Yeah, Red Sun and Solstice so far this game have been in quite a bit of a stalemate. Neither team able to find significant advantages over each other, but it seems like that might be changing now with that inkjet coming out, finding a pick. Nico does go down again, but they are tacticalered, and it seems like Red Sun might have a chance to start working through this checkpoint, but no, not quite yet. There's too much pressure on the tower for them to try and do that right now because of that crab tank.
Grab Tank plays a very critical role there in terms of buying enough space for Solstice to hold that at the first checkpoint before things get too far out of hand. That seems to be the playstyle for the teams right now, Nox. We don't have to worry about the snowball in the back half of the map if the tower never gets to the back half of the map. But now it's another 2-down situation from Solstice. Nico, though, goes a little bit too far forward and gets picked off by the heavy edit of Shockwave. And so now Red Sun's trying to set up to this right side, trying to buy themselves enough space. Grab Tank is online from Sam, but now Krim is single-handedly holding the rest of the members of Solstice back, and it will be the first checkpoint breach now for Incontrol.
Ballpoint is so good at holding down those spaces and able to apply that long-range pressure for such a consistent length of time. And now we're seeing that inkjet coming out. This is where we start seeing that snowball really coming through. Everyone really able to move forward here, but no, they do go down, and there is a flank coming out. Hopefully Beam can do something about that. Looks like Beam is going to be able to, especially with the drum pin from Grim there, taking advantage of that tacticooler. 3 points left, and we are seeing a very similar situation to last game, where it is Red Sun having a very strong push and Solstice not having a lot of time to answer.
They found the hold at the 3-point mark, so there's still a chance, especially in terms of how much this map actually snowballs. But will they be able to break this first checkpoint here is the real question. If you're looking from Solstice, you see Kirby going with that Ultra Stamp. Now he is going to just ditch it entirely, but Red Sun goes 2 down on the other sides of the map, allows for this to come through. Trades made now as Jack goes down, but it's another 2 down. Again, Red Sun tries to pair up here, but Solstice is able to have the man advantage still, and now it looks like they're going to clear past this first checkpoint. Here comes Joe coming out of the wall just in the nick of time, but now it's going to get called out and caught out just well, all the same from Solstice. We're seeing the Grab Tank come through, and it was able to push them back a little bit, but we don't actually have firm control of this top right side. It means that this checkpoint here might be a little bit more difficult, but now 2 down. One member was actually able to go in. I believe that was Kirby on the Wiper, just going all for broke there, and now we see the picks starting to come through. Joe gets taken out once again. Shockwave rotates back to the tower, and Krim tries to go, or Beam, goes over the wall. Will try to look for this, but now it's right on down to the wire. They do take the lead, but they don't find the knockout just yet. Still jumps coming through to the tower. Finally, the wipeout comes through, and Red Sun will hold at the 1-point mark.
Red Sun now has to try and go for this KO in overtime. They do have some specials online to try and go for it, but they don't have mid quite yet, and that's a bit of an early Zuka, in my opinion. Trying to come out here. Kirby managing to find the pick on Nico there. Tacticooler is out, so they can take a few risks here, but they don't have a lot of space or time to work with. And we are seeing Krim trying to set up on this left side, probably waiting for the right opportunity to use this inkjet.
But now gets taken out, as now the heavy edit and the wiper team up with a little bit of extra range than Krim was used to. Provides a clear path for that tower as they were relying on the ballpoint to lock down the Great's angle. And Solstice will take this second game so close. But again, Nox, as we were talking about, the snowball comes through, and it's just a matter of how early can you actually stop them. And it was only 2 points apart there at the very end.
Heavy edit also definitely played a significant role there, allowing that splash to come out. But also, we just saw the heavy edit from Shockwave getting such consistent picks out there because it is such a fast kill time when you have those charges.
See the end of the game here. Again, Krim and Nico both on this side, but critically, watch how well Kirby and Shockwave were able to swing around that corner together. Watch how they were able to actually just target Krim alone there. Take out the ballpoint, take out the larger threat, and then they can turn against the thing that they know they outrange with certainty. Well done from Solstice to pick up the target selection in some of those critical firefights to take the game again before that snowball comes through, and that avalanche, really. We should stop calling it a snowball on this map because it looks more like an avalanche every time I see it. Before that avalanche really starts, going loose. So
definitely a map where no push seems to be safe, which is not something you often get to say with tower control. Usually you can feel pretty safe with a push to 3 in tower control.
Usually.
Not on this one, though. It's definitely a very hard map to defend on.
Speaking of pushes that can be questionably safe, Rainmaker Museum
Yes.
is another one here where you think, you know, most of the time you'll probably feel more comfortable if your opponent hasn't like got the check yet or something. But once you start getting down to those like latter stages where you're really looking into the enemy spawn or something, it's a matter of inches. It is a game of inches here sometimes on Rainmaker. So we'll see what comes through here. It feels like we are back over, actually no, Shockwave now to the Nautilus compared to having the edit or the ballpoint, showing just how proficient this guy is on nearly every Splatling in the game.
Yeah, and we're already seeing Tacticooler out here from Solstice, allowing them to really start moving forward, looking to try and get some paint on this upper mid area, but they take it. The Wiper has been taken out. Red Sun going to be able to take some space with those 2 picks. Crim looking to find more with that Inkjet. Not going to be able to, but has pushed them into a position where Red Sun can start going for that checkpoint and taking advantage of the fact that they also got Tacticooler out there.
2 down here, though, for Red Sun, and so they're looking to try to find a re-engagement and a repop here, but actually they are able to, as now the trades are going to go into their favor with the 2 members alive on top of Plat. The checkpoint is secured. Crim in a dangerous position here with that oppressive range of the ballpoint, and now they're just going to blitz this Rainmaker down to get a couple of extra points to the board, and it'll be down to 32 here. I think Incontrol is going to be happy with what they came for, but no, actually, looking to stick around is Crim's going to pop this Inkjet. Finally, the Rainmaker gets bailed off on that left side. Crim's going to try to find that long-range pick on the Inkjet, but Sam will elude him for now.
Crim, I think, is still up there on that Plat. I think finally just dropped down, but knowing they could just keep that constant pressure up from up there, knowing that their teammates would probably be able to take care of that Rainmaker without too much issue, but Shockwave's setting up here on their Plat, and they should be able to break this checkpoint.
Checkpoint goes down for Solstice. Now will they be able to continue to keep this pressure online? Jack goes down just a little bit too far ahead, and now the Tacticooler comes out. But Red Sun is looking to collapse as Crim is coming in from the far right side, and someone was looking for the drop on the left side. There is nowhere that you're safe to run if you're Solstice, as Kirby tries to lay down a path for the Rainmaker to go up with his Ultra Stamp, and now is successful in doing so, as someone was able to find the regrab there for Solstice, shoving it down to the 22-point mark. And Hux, we're only 2 minutes into this game. There is still plenty of time to play.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance that we see something wild here, especially with just 1 member up from Red Sun. They're going to be able to get this grab. The Rainmaker does get taken out, but they are still in their face, and Solstice has pushed to 10, a very solid push on this map. Having to get up that ramp is an absolute nightmare. At this point, Solstice obviously can't feel too comfortable. Red Sun's known for big pushes, but definitely a little more comfortable than we thought they would be 2 minutes in.
How about that double on the right side from Shockwave? Had a little bit of room to work there on the Nautilus and was able to take care of 2 members of Red Sun before they could really start contesting the opponent's side. Plat was enough of a distraction, and now Solstice is going to have mid again, is going to have control of the Rainmaker, and Shockwave continues to deliver on this Nautilus, picking off yet another one with the fadeaway shot, basically, dropping back down on that right side of the map. Again, all about killing time, it feels like right now for Solstice, is unless they have a really great opportunity, likely not going to go for something here. Another 2-down situation for Red Sun, now make it a delayed 3-down situation, might be the opportunity that they're looking for, and Shockwave might be looking to grab the Rainmaker. No, okay, was just getting up here for a moment, and I don't know how that pick happened. I'll be honest. Must have been the Inkstorm or something coming through for Shockwave now that I think about it. And still, Solstice continues to buy more space on the enemy plat, continues to shove Red Sun away.
Yeah, and like you said, they don't feel the need to pick up the Rainmaker. It's probably safer for them to just have it in mid right now. Easier to keep an eye on it there, easier to keep everything under control. They have that Tacticooler out again. The Trizuka is coming out here from Red Sun, looking to try and find some picks, but not going to be able to. But we're seeing Red Sun actually managing to break back into mid here. They do have a minute to try and make this push. The Inkjet coming out from Crim, managing to find a couple, just that zap left up on the side of Solstice. And Red Sun's able to start claiming this plat area, but Beam has the Rainmaker, so they will not be able to get a Tacticooler to try and keep this going.
Finally, it's the 3 down that Red Sun needs, but they really have to make this one count. Otherwise, they're probably not going to get another opportunity. You see the point sensors come out here as they're trying to find ways to figure out where Red Sun's going to be approaching from. Is it going to be back around this right side or the left side? Right now, neither is the option, as Nico's going to pop the Inkjet looking for a pick here, but Beam's going to get taken down, and the rest of the push is going to collapse to follow. It was Solstice just decides to pull the trigger, storm forward, and wins the firefights there. Now all they have to do is guard the Rainmaker for another 15 seconds, and they're not even going to pop it to let it reset back to mid.
Yeah, why would you make it any easier for Red Sun to gain access to it? Crim getting picked off there, just 2 up on the side of Red Sun, and not both of them are looking at the Rainmaker. Rainmaker hasn't been popped. Yes, it has, but they're not going to be able to grab it in time, and that is the game going to Solstice.
So, funnily enough, I think that Rainmaker shield was popped because of the Ink Storm that was out, because it was mostly purple.
Yes, I do believe it was too. I believe it was the Ink Storm also.
That almost,
Red Sun.
I'm pretty sure the, okay, hang on. That means that it was a morning storm, right? Red sky at morning, sailors take warning, because it was basically playing for Red Sun there at the end, but hey, able to find the hold nonetheless. And again, I like the concept. There's no need for them to reset this Rainmaker this late into the game. Keep it on your plat. As you mentioned, make it more difficult for the members of Red Sun to actually get in. And they might have been close to at the very end of this game, or at least Beam was close to picking it up. But of course, too little too late. And then would have been a very easy cleanup without the support of any teammates there towards the end. So hats off there. Now, Solstice on to match point here. 1 game and they're in grands. Next up is Clam Scorch.
Clam Scorch, definitely a map mode both of these teams, once again, very familiar with, very comfortable on. A map that I would not expect to see many obviously we're not going to see comp changes out of Red Sun. They run what they run. They don't tend to change it up during tournaments from what I've seen. But Solstice, I'm interested in seeing which Splatling they choose to pull out this time.
Yeah, right. Feels like it could be anything. It's literally the Splatling wild card. You know, you get any option here. And we'll see. I mean, I imagine they probably, the crab tank's going to be less useful here than it probably was on something like Shipshape. So probably not going to see the edit. It'll likely be either the ballpoint or this Nautilus. I think either could probably work.
Yeah.
The ballpoint maybe have a little bit of extra range, and you like the Inkjet overall. So
yeah, it is a very good Inkjet map.
But also wouldn't be surprised to see the Nautilus, especially if you're trying to play a little bit faster. It's Clam Blitz after all, need to move around the map a little bit more. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But all the same, able to find success on a lot of the things that we're trying out. And now we'll see what it is. Indeed, it is that Nautilus. Again, probably opting for a little bit of that extra speed that's worthwhile. And I think especially when you're playing with the Wiper, that could be critical.
It does make a difference when you can keep up with those fast plays the Wiper makes. Wiper is so good at just getting in and disrupting, and that might be part of what's throwing Red Sun off here, is we don't see a lot of other high-level teams right now that are running those really skirmishy type weapons, and Wiper is so good at disrupting the flow of other teams.
Especially when you're running it into 3 short-range shooters, but again, can that Viper fully get set up, and can it utilize its range in most of these cases? Firefights on Sue here right off of the opening in this 4th game, and you see the engagement starting to be made here. Solstice is looking for the push. Kirby is going to have that Ultra Stamp, find one, and find the power claim into the basket, but it looks like space wasn't actually maintained from Solstice, so it'll only be that first football in the game.
Yeah, and not usually something you want to do, to just get in that one first football, especially on a map like Scorch, where the other team is going to get a successful push in. It's very rare that you don't see that, so now Red Sun just has a pity clam to really get this going. We see Crim picked off from the Greats already. They have managed to get a few extra points in, but neither of these pushes are anything particularly noteworthy for this map.
Comes in here for Red Sun to be able to maintain the space. Doesn't quite look like it. So while they get, again, a couple of clams on the board here. It looks like they're not able to come fully online, and Crim wasn't able to get that jump off to add in the extra power clam. But now you see Solstice all working together up the right side of the map, completely ignoring the left side of the map. Kirby leading the charge on this Ultra Stamp, and it's 3 down as Solstice all engages together into the enemy team's defenses. They break the barrier, and they'll take the lead right back. The Ink Storm comes out here on Shockwave as they're looking to even extend the amount of area they have, as again, they were able to find those critical firefights ahead of the curve in order to secure this push. Looks like now they're starting to get a couple numbers down, but a push down to 20 here is quite good for them.
Yes, nothing to scoff at with a push to 20. Lots of time and space for them to work with. Red Sun now having to figure out how they want to break in, knowing that Solstice kind of just can take their time and set up how they want to.
We'll see what ends up happening here as Solstice is trying to hold on to the middle of the map and prevent Red Sun from actually getting in on both sides. But as this one continues to develop, it's going to be quite a long road ahead if Solstice wants to try to hold back and tame the beast that is this aggression of Incontrol Red Sun that we've seen time and time again. And as I mentioned, that the Inkjet comes out, but it doesn't quite have enough clearance, gets very easily picked out, and Solstice is going to be able to find yet another wipeout here. They might be able to go for the knockout as well, as the clams are going to start to flow into the basket. We've got 2 minutes remaining in the game, but still just a couple clams is going to secure it right now for Solstice. Here comes the Ultra Stamp coming in from Kirby. 2 down, 3 down now for Solstice. Sam's the last one up and isn't in position to actually find the KO blow. But Solstice able to find these holds. Red Sun hasn't been able to find the same coordination we've been seeing out of them in some of the games in the past few days. And now they're starting to struggle here.
Yeah, it seems like they are struggling here. I think that they're just not knowing how to deal with the very, frankly, shocking aggressive out of Solstice here. They're doing such a good job of taming the aggression that Red Sun usually puts out. Usually Red Sun's the one that has the constant aggression. They're just not really knowing how to adapt without being able to maintain it.
Look at how quickly those members were targeting Crim. Look at how quickly they were then pushing up that left side of mid in order to continue working together and always sticking with some kind of split advantage on the map. Now, we've got a minute left. Solstice has been doing so well in terms of killing time so far, and they've just got a little bit extra to hold on, and not to mention, they've got a decent lead to work with, even if Red Sun is able to find the barrier down. Here's their opportunity, though, as Grim comes up with 1, and now we're going to see Red Sun move forward. They shuffle the clams around to actually find the football, but how much more are coming through? It looks like they've got 1 football online, but now the map underneath the basket is going to start to switch over to green. Red Sun is 2 down now, and they're going to be pushed back, forced to try to find yet another re-engagement. Jumps are coming back into mid, 20 seconds left to go, but they've got to make their move soon here with little specials to their name.
Yeah, great jump there from Beam, jumping out to a teammate, finding space to work with after making that power clam. Looking to find some more space, taking out that wiper is absolutely huge for them. That is a 2 down situation, but the 52 gal going down there, not what you want to see, especially with that Trizuka almost online, able to find 1. Are they going to be able to find more? Vigo looking to try and move forward, but called out by that point sensor, and we are seeing Red Sun just go down 1 member at a time. It's no space left to get in. It is just Crim left up, but there is not much Crim can do to get to that basket in time. I don't think there's any time to get to it at all now.
Solstice will find the hold of the game. They did such a good job at stalling that out time for the last half of the game, 2.5 minutes completely. They were able to find the picks necessary, able to find the surprises as well, because so much of the game is about that element of surprise, about making sure that your opponents don't know exactly where you are, don't know where you can try to find those picks, and indeed, Solstice is able to find it there when it matters. Hats off to them, and they'll be the first team in the grand final tonight for Proving Grounds 21.
Yeah, incredible gameplay out of them. Just such aggressive but consistent team fights coming out constantly, and the Wiper doing such a good job of breaking through Red Sun's lines and really just finding ways to force Crim out of position, which is one of the things Red Sun really relies on setting up.
And now, if you're Red Sun, you are going to have to strap in because you're about to go up against Greasy Goblins. Find ways to make the readjustment, get back on the same page together as a team. Because now the Greasy Goblins are looking for their rematch. They are looking to get back against Solstice for their Game 5 loss earlier. And we'll be seeing if they can do it here in a moment after picking up that 2-0 victory over Sonder. Don't know what happened there.
Yeah, you're gonna find out.
I have no insider info. I'll find out, I suppose.
I'm sure you'll get to see it in the bot review.
Yeah, if they end up sending me the replay codes. But yeah. Worth noting as well that this match is only a best of 3, which means there's less time for adaptation. And so Red Sun really has to find a way, especially coming after that loss that they just had from Solstice, to find a way to regroup much faster.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that wiggle room that a best of 5 might offer.
Yeah, that is the nice thing about a best of 5, is you can take a few more risks earlier on to try and learn things. Or if you haven't managed, or if you just were running your standard stuff and it doesn't work out, you have a little bit more time to adapt. And that best of 3 format can just be so brutal if you just don't instantly know what your opponent's going to want to do.
And for that matter, I mean, okay, well, admittedly, I haven't paid that close attention to a lot of tournaments as of late.
No, really?
But I know, crazy concept. But even though Red Sun's been playing in a lot of these things, how many times have they actually run into this Greasy Goblins team?
Probably never. They typically,
Yeah.
there is a very common set of teams that Red Sun runs into that they feel very comfortable against, like Sonder, for example.
Right.
And
but these
in the-
Australian teams that show up on Friday nights or Saturday mornings, if
Wow.
you're over there
Yeah.
on across the Pacific Ocean,
it's an early Saturday morning.
it is. Is it actually that early over there right now?
It seems
that
like
early.
it would be early enough for a Saturday morning that it's not ideal. Just because
No.
it's a Saturday morning.
It is currently 11 a.m. in Perth and 2
So they had to
p.m. in
start
Kingston.
it. Okay, but that means they had to start at like 8 a.m. That's early to
And?
get going. That's early to
I mean,
get
it's
going
early
on
for a
Saturday
lot
morning.
of people, but it's not that.
No, it's not. But for some Splatoon players, it is that early.
For some.
Yes.
Trust me. Splatoon players are not the worst at this.
Oh,
We were talking a
oh.
little bit in the break about this. Here we go. Here we go. K-Bot plugs Omega Strikers part like 50 on an IPL stream. Omega Strikers players do not wake up. There was once or twice where I was waking up at like 7 or 8 a.m. because I had something early to do. And I would get on to see that the West Coast players are doing in-houses.
Oh no.
And have been
Oh,
doing
no.
in-houses for the entire night through like 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning.
That is not great. Sleep is so important.
Yeah. So not all Splatoon players, or not all gamers. Splatoon players are not usually that bad. I don't see a lot of scrims or a lot of random PBs taking place through 5 in the morning.
Not right now. There were periods, but not right now.
Yeah, when the games first like come
yeah,
out.
yeah.
something?
With the first
Yeah.
3 months, we all go a little wild for a little bit, and then we go, oh yeah, sleep's great. So true.
Yeah. That's nice.
But this will definitely be an interesting matchup between these two teams that don't know a ton about how each other play.
Yeah. We've obviously been seeing a lot of Red Sun today, but on the side of Greasy Goblins, right? Name that pops out immediately to anyone who knows anything about Splatoon is
Yes.
Latios.
Yeah.
This Charger player, specifically in the Australia-New Zealand region. And the other thing here, too, is now we've got another thing to worry about in terms of this entire dynamic that we'll have to figure out in the best of 3, because Grim has been only locking to this ballpoint. And
Right.
now
yeah.
there could be a Charger coming out, which not only could moderately counter the ballpoint, but
Moderately.
also can shoot your inkjet just out of the sky.
that is
Sorry about
true.
your luck. And we've obviously seen those two components be very large threats for Red Sun, and now they could be completely neutralized, assuming that Latias is able to get set up and that the team of the Greasy Goblins is playing around her and is able to provide the space that charger needs.
Yes, that is very true. The thing is, if Crim feels like it, he does have a very good E-leader that he could also choose to pull out. It is definitely an option. It's not one I expect to see Red Sun opt for. I expect to see them choose to go for like a lot of subs, a lot of displacement specials to instead keep Latias out of position to allow Crim to keep playing ballpoint, because his ballpoint's been so consistent for them lately. But there are definitely some adaptations I could see Red Sun trying to make if this first game doesn't go their way. Crim also has a pencil that he pulls out every once in a while, so there is a slight chance of that.
So the way I'm thinking about it, right, is if you're Red Sun,
right,
you probably, I mean, you appreciate the ballpoint for its ability to be flexible, right?
Yes.
You appreciate for its heavier engaging power. You appreciate it for, yes, it's slower than Nautilus technically, but that doesn't make it a slow weapon at all in terms of its ability to continue repositioning and continuing to find advantages. But on the flip side of that, if you take out that ballpoint and you now put, let's say you match the charger, right? And you just want to try to go for that. Now, the way you have to play around, or the way you can play with a ballpoint, is going to be a lot different compared to the way that you have to play around a charger. And things like Joe able to run in on the 52 gal might not necessarily be as successful because you have to set up with the charger. And if you're not set up with the charger to the point where the charger can attempt to cover for you or can be there pretty quickly, it might be curtains very early if Joe gets taken down and isn't allowed to just run over the map wherever. So we'll see what the options are, but you were right. We see the pencil come out. It's paired against the E-leader on the other side.
Yes, and we are also seeing double Trizuka coming out here out of Red Sun, and a Nautilus coming out from Nico. Not something we see very often. This is not a comp they run very often. I've seen it a handful of times just because I watch a lot of them playing. But definitely is an interesting adaptation. Latias already set up so far up in this zone, looking to try and find some early picks, and able to find one on Beam. Beautiful shot there from Latias. Trizuka saying, hey, no, these were brought out specifically for you. Back up.
This entire composition from Red Sun is solely meant to make sure that Latias is never comfortable on this E-leader. But it looks like it hasn't come up big so far, as even despite the E-leader get taken out, they were able to find one pick in the process, and the Greasy Goblins stormed through mid as though they were just gobbling it up for themselves. They take control of this zone, and now with the cooler going down, they're going to reestablish themselves. We'll see what else they can try to come up with, because now the Zukas are coming out, and as long as the Greasy Goblins find their hold here, they might be able to come away successful. But now Joe is able to pick up one. Here's one Trizuka coming out of the Greasy Goblins, but no, not able to come up with a lot of value. But here comes both having the E-leader and this crab tank online. The collapse comes through for the Greasy Goblins. They maintain their hold, find it 2 down against Incontrol Red Sun, and are looking to just go for the knockout here.
They are, and they should be pretty comfortable trying to do it. Red Sun doesn't have time to work with. They don't have specials to work with, and I don't think there is a way for them to get in, and there wasn't. Getting that neutral just a frame too late, and that is going to be game 1 going to the Greasy Goblins very comfortably.
I will say it.
Okay.
I get the premise. Trust me, I get the premise. I don't think I ever like seeing double Zuka.
That's fair. I can see where you're coming from.
I think that double Zuka relies far too much on just trying to find raw picks. And sure, it might find 1 or 2 some of the time, but you still need to find a way to set up the Zuka for success. And in order to get it the best chance of finding some of those picks, and sometimes you're not able to find ways to set up that Zuka. You know, the Zuka has to be set up much like you're setting up a charger, and you can kind of do it alone, right? You just build a little ring around yourself, but it's not as easy as drawing a circle in the sand and saying this is a no bear zone, right?
Yeah.
You have to go with a little bit of extra planning when you're trying to pop this Zuka, and sometimes you're just not going to be able to find the picks that you want to find. So the second that you pop both of those Zukas and you find like maybe one,
It's not great.
What value do you have now? You don't have a lot of extra space. Now you're relying on your Tacticooler and your Inkstorm to try to find something else and actually establish yourselves into the map. And what is that going to do for you? The answer in this composition was not much, right?
Yeah.
You don't have, I mean, even I would argue a Wavebreaker would have been better to have than an Inkstorm if we're looking at like a raw, like, oh, what specials would I ideally want, right? But without that ability to actually set yourself up and actually find some level of area control, it's so difficult to play those Zukas, that double Zuka composition, unless you're able to find these consistent picks. Didn't see it there, and it's already one up for the Greasy Goblins in this best of 3.
Yeah, Red Sun does need to take both of these next games. Not a comfortable position to be in. Definitely doable, but definitely not where you want to be. And it's also probably relatively difficult for Red Sun to try and make very fast adaptations right now because they don't have a consistent fourth lately. So they're always having to...
me, though.
They did hear you, I think. And they do have those missiles now instead, which, you know, might work out a little better for them. Nico definitely very comfortable on Viper, typically has played more vanilla, but can't imagine Nico's going to struggle too much with this, I say, as Nico immediately gets picked off by Latias on that E-Leader.
Might have been even looking for the Viper first, but now one Zuka comes out to find the trade against the E-Leader. So the Greasy Goblins will start setting up in terms of having some pressure towards this tower first, but with nobody on it, because Latias went down, it's not necessarily going to be a free ride. And now we see the Zuka come out. It comes up with 2 for Red Sun, and they might actually be the team to find the first contesting of this first ship.
Seems like they might be, especially taking out that Tri-Slosher, but the Crab Tank has come out. They don't have a special for it right now, and it's just their Zap left up. Neither team has really gotten a push going like we saw earlier. It is definitely a map that nothing's really happened until you hit that first checkpoint.
Here we go, strap in. Whoever takes this first checkpoint first might be the team to start running away with it. You see the Wavebreaker go out here trying to buy the Greasy Goblins some level of space, but Latias trying to apply some pressure with the E-Leader. Finds one onto Krim. That's a long-range presence. Finds the second onto Beam. And now one more dropping on this left side means the first checkpoint is already gone. And Incontrol Red Sun is going to have to fight tooth and nail to try to get away into this second checkpoint, because already the Greasy Goblins are coming in. Looks like the E-Leader is going to get taken down by an Explo shot for the Grab Tank. And so it will hold at this second checkpoint, but the Greasy Goblins might be down. They're not out of the opponent's court yet.
They are not, and this is such a hard map to get them out of because of all the nooks and crannies they can find to hide in. Next doing a great job here of just maintaining space, finding spots to play with, and keeping this tower where it needs to be. They managed to take out Krim on that ball point yet again, able to find the pick on Beam. They're gonna find Joe, and that is just Nico left up. Probably gonna want to hold those missiles getting used just now. And now we're going to see that Trizuka also at the ready, looking to find a pick on that Crab Tank, managing to, and the missiles hopefully going to force them back enough for Red Sun to take back their own space.
Appears to be the case as they start running in. Here comes Nico trying to get behind some of these members, and again now Red Sun starts to swarm. They find a couple of these members, and now it's a 2-down situation for the Greasy Goblins, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. The missiles push them back, then you start to have a little bit more map coverage. You can run in, you can position a little bit better, and position yourself in ways that can have advantageous Zuka angles in addition to just advantageous team fights in general. Now we see Nico dive all the way forward here. It buys enough space for the first checkpoint, but just how long actually will Red Sun be able to hold onto this? Because already the Greasy Goblins are starting to throw everything they've got towards the tower, and it doesn't look like Red Sun's got a lot of space built up around them. Krim tries to get a little bit more space with this Inkjet, hasn't been able to find a pick just yet, and now the push is starting to collapse around the tower. Krim will be forced to back away here from Incontrol Red Sun, as the Greasy Goblins will find their hold, again defending the tower before it hits the second check, so they maintain the lead.
They do, and they probably feel decently comfortable now. That was a hard push to fend off, and they managed to. Now we're going to see Red Sun need to build these specials pretty quickly to get on the board. And we're seeing those missiles coming out, everybody moving up with them. Zuka comes out, though, managing to find one. Gets traded out, but that's going to be a rough pick for Incontrol Red Sun. And that's Raimi managing to find 2 more with that Crab Tank. And Red Sun's going to have a hard time breaking in from there, but Joe managing to pull something off. But not going to be enough to get back in right now.
beautiful crossfire there that was set up from Red Sun a bit ago, and now it's enabling them to start coming forward here towards these graves. A minute left in this game here. Greasy Goblins trying to find a little bit of a push, but also not being overly committal. Now they're starting to go a couple of members down, and we'll see this start to come back the other way as Red Sun might have one last opportunity to get up to this second checkpoint.
Yeah, and they're going to need to do it relatively quickly. We are seeing the Inkjet coming out, looking to find some picks, going to at least pressure them out of position. Nico looking to move forward, trying to hold onto these missiles a bit longer. Zuka at the ready, managing to find one. Keeping pressure on this right side, managing to find two with it. That is huge from Joe. And this could be an opportunity here for Red Sun to really make this happen.
That might just be game there, especially with Joe in that kind of position. No one else from Red Sun is really starting to go forward at all, though. Now Grim starts to come up this right side. Might be looking for something here as everything starts to collapse around this checkpoint. They will take the lead, but now the wipeout comes through as Grim's able to find the last one in the Inkjet. It's looking like the game here as Red Sun is taking control of the Greasy Goblins top right area. And with just a couple seconds left to go, they'll still be on the tower to send us to a game 3.
Huge plays out of multiple members of Red Sun there to manage to make that final push happen. Great awareness to use to make sure that you went back to the tower on the Inkjet there. I got a little scared for a second.
Yeah, hats off there to finally find a lot of those engagements. And look, at the end of the day, it came down to having like one wipeout with a couple members too crowded together, and the Zuka comes out. I understand why the Zuka is powerful, guys, okay? I get it. I understand that it is a useful weapon, and sometimes you roll the dice and you come up with double sixes, all right? I get it. But it doesn't work all the time, and that's the important part. So in that composition, having it paired with those missiles, I think was an important part of it not getting completely run over. So now we'll see if they opt to stick with that here or not, or even if the Greasy Goblins are going to stick with the leader on Rainmaker Undertow, of all things.
Definitely a map that leader doesn't love quite as much. It's so fast-paced. You need to be able to move up with things so quickly that it can be a mode, just in general, that leader struggles with. And the angles on this map tend to be pretty hard to find at times.
You figure with the angles being difficult to find, you figure with the fact that the Rainmaker is going to be moving to so many different positions that the E-leader has to try to cover for. And so not only do you generally not have a lot of angles, you also have less angles because now you're trying to protect a moving target, right? With an enemy team that's trying to adapt exactly to that. So we'll see what ends up happening here. I don't know. Maybe a Sniper Raider or something comes out. I'm not actually sure what else Latias is going to be comfortable with here. So we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like Prim going back on over to the ballpoint. Is that what worked? And indeed, there is the pencil coming out again.
Yeah, and I've got to be frank here. I would be terrified of seeing Latias on pencil. Latias is gonna hit the shots. You do have to respect that pencil as much as you respect her E-leader.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen those shots come in quite a lot on this leader, and now it'll be faster, it'll be positioned better, and it might have slightly less range, but even still, it'll be another aggressive threat. We'll see if it actually comes through here for the Greasy Goblins, as, again, here come these mid-trades at the opening of the game. You've seen this one before.
Yeah.
Especially when Red Sun is playing, as they just continue to try to look for these advantages in some of these 1v1s, but it looks like Greasy Goblins are going to start punishing one member after a next. As I say that, we start to see the specials come out. Prim gets taken out, the Inkjet, and now Greasy Goblins have a decent bit of control of mid. Here's the strikes coming out, and they're looking like they're taking the Rainmaker over here to this left side.
Yeah, taking the Rainmaker to the left side definitely feels safer. It is more consistent. Looking to find this pick on Latias, able to. Still won by that Rainmaker, though. You do see them get picked off to Red Sun. Actually, no, they weren't. Red Sun looking to clear them out, finally managed to, but that did slow them down quite a bit. And we're seeing Joe looking to find space for their special. Red Sun's looking to find brute force space through this Trizuka and those missiles, as both are coming out right now.
Good comes out there from Joe, and now We'll see what else comes through here. 1-for-1 trade, though. And so while Red Sun might have the middle of the map in a cyan color, they're probably not going to be able to get much for it. Trades come out as now the Zuka gets popped, but immediately gets jumped on here by Joe, who's now looking to move up to this right side of the map a little bit here. Will Red Sun elect to take it that way? No, they're just dropping over left side. Here comes the strikes coming out to try to disrupt some of the play here and interrupt the Rainmaker, and it was successful in doing so, cutting off the path from the rest of the team that was too far ahead. Greasy Goblins would use that opportunity to collapse, hold the defense, and find the wipeout.
Yeah, Greasy Goblins doing a great job here of just knowing what they need to do, but these missiles coming out, slowing them down a bit, forcing them to have to reposition. Prim looking for a pick on Link here, taking advantage of that range, but gets picked off by something. And Nico managing to find two, looking to find more space to work with, as Joe is going for popping this Rainmaker, Beam popping that Tacticooler. They are looking to really start setting up a push here, as neither team has made a real push yet.
Neither team going for it. We're halfway through this game, and it continues to be fighting tooth and nail as these teams are just looking to take it up this left side. At some point, you've got to imagine someone's just going to have to try to commit for a right push here just to get that checkpoint down at all. And Latias picks this one up, takes it over to the left side, but now is the last one alive on the team as Red Sun pops all their specials the second the Rainmaker is grabbed, and now is going to have an opportunity to take control of this Rainmaker and again push it left for themselves. Here we go again.
Here we go again. That is a lot of the what you hear on this map. We are seeing Red Sun kind of being patient here, looking for those specials, probably waiting on these missiles, trying to just survive until then, managing to, but not going to have a lot to work with, choosing to dip to the right side, taking advantage of the distraction, able to get the checkpoint, and at this point in the game, that's absolutely huge for them. As we see Joe trying to find a pick, having to back away before this Rainmaker gets on them though, but we see Nico on that flank, has found one, Joe finding one on the left side, and this is a good position to be in if you're Red Sun, considering everything that's gone on so far this game.
Hey, now they've got the checkpoint down. They'll take a couple of trades here for the road, and the Greasy Goblins might have collapsed on the Rainmaker, and they obviously can't push this much further on this right side of the map, but even still, taking that checkpoint is very large for them. Greasy Goblins trying to come on back in here. You see Remy taking that crab tank over to the right side of the map, trying to find some kind of presence over there, but here's the rest of the team again committing for the left. Grim's up in the Inkjet as well, and now it's 2 down, 3 down. They all start falling with that Inkjet behind them. Incontrol Red Sun holds on to the middle of the map, and they're looking to try to find the rematch here versus Solstice if they hold on to the checkpoint for another 30 seconds.
And it will be a stressful 30 seconds for them to try and get through. Greasy Goblins is not a team to write off. Beam going down there luckily was in Tacticooler, so they will be up pretty quickly. Moving to this left side, Joe managing to find the Rainmaker. Joe trying to find the pick on Latias, now having to go pretty out of their way to try and get it, but managing to distract. Two popping the Trizuka. Does go down to Latias, but that was a significant play there from Joe, keeping them off the Rainmaker for that long. And now we're seeing that Inkjet that we've been seeing come out so constantly from them. Able to do a lot. Just one member up of Greasy Goblins and 5 seconds to go.
5 seconds to go. Red Sun has complete control of this, and now they'll just pick up the Rainmaker to secure it for themselves. So hard fought, and neither team was able to find the momentum to take that Rainmaker up the left side. So what does Red Sun do? They find the switcheroo, send it over to the right just to take the checkpoint, and that is the difference maker in these teams that were trading and being so aggressive in each other's faces. It feels like that's the path forward for Splatoon right now, is everyone is just rushing all of the time, 24/7. Yes. And in a lot of these trades where things are playing neutral, it's about having those kinds of plays for the objective. What are we going to do? It's us guaranteed points on the board, and sometimes it is just taking it right on undertoastability.
It is. It was great awareness there on Red Sun's part to see that there was nobody watching that right checkpoint too. I imagine that was a very specifically called out thing in the VC, that we need to rotate right at that moment. And it was great response time from their teammates.
Well, folks, you see the bracket on your screen now. It's a rematch coming up between Solstice and Incontrol Red Sun. But remember, Solstice is coming from the winner's side of the bracket. They have the advantage there, and they'll have to get doubly eliminated by Incontrol Red Sun in just a little bit. We'll be stepping aside for a real brief break, but don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this grand finals, because if that excites you, there's more of that. Trades and chaos happening right on the other side of this break. Welcome back to Proving Grounds 21. K-Bot and Nox here have been with you for the entirety of the top 4 double elimination bracket stage here. And for some reason, Elemental decided to play the 3D World OST. I actually should have asked on the break if there's actually like a backstory for that, because apparently today's Mario Day, or specifically Mario 3D World Day. It's good, the people love it. Okay, well, that's great. Up next is Grand Finals between Incontrol Red Sun and Solstice, who we have been watching we've been watching Red Sun for the entirety of this bracket so far. And now Solstice coming into this, again, was able to take the 3-1 victory earlier, but the question becomes, what adaptations will Red Sun feel most comfortable with to try to shut this roster down?
Yeah, definitely. And I don't necessarily know what the answer is, because they're running similar comps. I don't think it's a matter of changing that up. I don't think it's a matter of even necessarily keeping Nico on that Wiper Deco. That was a very good adaptation to the last team. I don't think that's what they want to do here, though.
Doesn't seem to be the case, because with the kind of pace that Solstice is playing, they're just going to keep running forward into the Ten Missiles, right?
Yes.
Your options, when you get sent with 10 missiles, your options are go any cardinal direction that you're from where you're currently standing, just not to a place where you're going to fall off the map, and not to a place where you're standing still. Okay, those are the only two options. So what a lot of teams can do in a lot of cases is just keep running forward through the 10 missiles. So it won't actually be that great, assuming that they're comfortable doing that. So to that end, likely probably not going to see those sorts of things, but maybe they actually opt to try to play for the slower composition. Maybe they're opting to go for something like Krim going over to the pencil in hopes to try to find something that they're comfortable countering whatever Shockwave's playing. I don't know for sure, but maybe it's an option.
It definitely could be an option. I don't necessarily expect that to be the option they go with. I think they're probably just going to aim for better coordination and not letting those big triples come out that were coming out pretty consistently out of Solstice. Try and play off of each other better, try and create better pinches, stuff like that. That's what I'd expect to see happen here, but I guess we'll see.
We will see shortly. Grand Finals begins now. Solstice with the winner's advantage here heading into this set. And now we see Shockwave going for the Nautilus, and indeed, the missiles are kept as Nico will stick with that Wiper Deco here. As we're talking about, though, might end up paying off, might not end up paying off, because if we're seeing the same pacing come out of Solstice and they are able to keep so much space, it might be the case that they're just able to hold on to this, and now it's going to make Nico a real easy target for Azuka right off of the opening, as it's 2 down for Red Sun here, and Solstice is going to have the opportunity to try to challenge Black.
Red Sun managing to keep a couple members alive there, taking advantage of the fact that they just need to keep some pressure up, but not going to be enough to be able to keep Solstice from scoring that first power clam. They are managing to hold them off for a bit longer, but there is another looking to get in. Does manage to get a few more in, and now there's the hammer, managing to take out Nico. Does eventually get taken down, but that is a solid opening push there from Solstice.
Yeah, you take the opening push when you can get them. It's not going to be anything monumental here. And we've seen them in a couple cases being able to extend their push after finding holds on the defensive side. But with Jack dropping down into enemy area here for Red Sun, it feels like Red Sun has found a 2-down situation and they're starting to make a push of their own. Here's Beam in the power plant looking for the basket. Doesn't quite have the amount of space built up that you'd like to see yet. But here comes a Zuka out of Joe trying to come through here with this angle, and the inkjet goes up on this guy for Krim as they continue to look for some of these picks, but instead it's a little too late. Red Sun now 2 down. Krim is going to get cleaned up after jumping back out of that inkjet, and Solstice will be able to find a decent hole.
Yeah, Solstice really doing a great job here of knowing how to keep the pace up fast enough, but Red Sun's struggling to keep up. Even now that they've adapted to something that arguably might be slightly faster, they just can't quite find speed. I say that as they do try and swim forward through 10 missiles, which can work. It did not quite work out for them that time.
Didn't work that time because the gap was closed very quickly for the members of Red Sun. Before you see that player react away from those missiles and away from the members of Red Sun that were barreling towards them, it was already too late. Now, Zuka out from top mid, out of Red Sun here as Joe looks for a pick onto the enemy flat. Here's Grim up in the skies once more, coming over top of this spinner, and now looks for one against Shockwave, but Shockwave's actually able to take him out of the skies, and so Solstice is going to be able to maintain their hold of their own side of the map here. We're halfway through this game, and I'll say the defense for Solstice has looked pretty good, even with these weapons that are shorter range.
Yes, Solstice definitely doing an incredible job on defense here. Red Sun having a ridiculously hard time breaking through it, even with missiles. Inkjet coming out here yet again, looking to find some picks in mid, but everyone jumping out before Krim can manage to land the shots. Does manage to take out Shockwave. That is a huge pick. And now we're seeing Red Sun trying to move in through this right side. Beam holding that power clam. And Joe up ahead, but the Trizuka coming out, forcing Krim to have to hide for a second. And it's just not going to be quite the right time. Well, I say that. They do manage to find some more trades, but it does seem like Red Sun's going to have to give it just a little bit more time still, but they have another inkjet at the ready.
Joj had collapsing on that from the backside while Krim was forced to back away because there was Azuka out. Now we're seeing the inkjet come out once more, jumps right back, has the tactical cooler as well, and there's a little bit of pressure built up underneath the basket. Redskins can be able to find a couple clams in. Will they be able to take the lead here? It looks like they're going to be able to, but Nico's got to get in position, has a couple clams in sight, and now we'll be able to throw them into the basket. There's the lead for Red Sun with 80 seconds to play. It'll find another one there onto Sam. It's 2 down for Solstice as Red Sun looks to continue extending their lead. Beams back to pick up a couple more clams, but now the pressure off flat has dissipated, and so the basket will go back up at the 46-point mark. Solstice has got to find another engagement here to go their way, and they might just have done that with Krim getting taken off of the mid spinner.
Yes, they definitely could have. There is 1 minute left, but it is an easy push to get, to be very honest. These are not particularly safe pushes from either team here. And we're seeing Solstice really trying to break in here, but managing to get cleaned up by Nico's Viper. Trying to break in, but just 2 of them left up. Shockwave managing to take out a big one there, though. And Sam looking to try and cross through this spinner area with that Trizuka coming out.
Luca's out now. Worth noting here that we're not going to see another Tactical Cooler online for Red Sun, so if Solstice can actually find a way to take some of these picks here, they might be able to be successful in terms of actually getting this, but Red Sun's able to find the collapse against them. It was slightly too far spread out that time from Solstice, and Red Sun's able to cut right through their opponents. We see the trade happen in the corner here, go to the favor of Shockwave, and maybe there'll be another ability for a re-engagement, but no, Shockwave just tries to go for broke here. The bear here was still up in the air, and so that football doesn't find its connection, and the Solstice jumps are trying to come through, but it just won't be enough. Red Sun will take game 1.
Red Sun doing a great job of adapting there to what Solstice has been doing. I think adding in that Viper really helped them keep up their pace and be able to keep up with Solstice's pace a little bit better.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Again, a lot of that was really, really good holds coming out of the side of Solstice that we saw for a decent chunk of that game. Then one time is all it takes. You start to get a little bit mispositioned. A team like Red Sun's able to capitalize on that because they are constantly used to capitalizing on those small little mispositions. And now all of a sudden, you've got a team that has the lead and playing in the lead with the pressure on, overtime sirens blaring or nearly blaring. It's going to be much more difficult to play altogether.
Yeah.
You won't have the ability to find the full setup that you actually want to. And there at the end, it kind of fell apart. But now we head over to Splat Zones on Shipshape once more. Shipshape coming out here tonight. What are we thinking about Splat Zones here again?
I mean, it's definitely seemed like a map mode Red Sun's very comfortable on. They've been very consistent on it all night. They've been able to get those really big pushes in. They know where they want to set up their holds. I imagine Solstice is going to be in a similar boat, though, so it's just going to come down to which team kind of finds the better openings and which team forces the mistakes.
And we've seen, some of those mistakes starting to get forced. Sometimes it's the missiles that come out, apply a little bit of extra pressure. One team has to feed into the other, right? Another time, it's just trying to find ways to force some of those errors, force some of those drops into enemy territory, and those easy cleanup kills where one member of the enemy team is surrounded by 3 members of the allied team. It really comes down to finding those kinds of advantages in a lot of these fights, and especially with teams that are going at it just as much as these two are. It seems to be what is going to be what draws the line and who's going to be able to come out on top.
Yes, absolutely. Definitely one of those kind of maps where those fights make such a difference. Always very, lots of fights, lots of easy places to force fights, lots of tight corners. And we are going to see a Tetra coming out. Not a weapon we have seen so far, but I can see how it makes sense for them here.
Yeah, Kirby opting for this one. Feels as though, probably don't feel as comfortable with the Viper given the verticality in a lot of cases. So you're probably thinking that the Tetra Dualies can deal a little bit better with the verticality, can obviously have a lot of room to work with, but breaks into the enemy side court. And now looks for some of these longer range picks here, especially as challenging up to this left side with the rest of Solstice also in tow. They're just running around the entire map in more of this death ball style while they've all got the Tactical Cooler buff online. And so while Kirby might drop the opposite direction, still picks up the trade in the longer range of the Tetra Dualies, and Solstice has a hold that they're starting to slowly run away with, though as I say that, now they're just 2 up around here trying to protect this zone, and the Zuka comes out. Here comes the missiles as well. Red Sun looking to try to make a move, but they're kind of dragging their feet here a little bit. Cooler comes out here for Joe, but now we see the Star Wars duel as Inkjet comes through. Finally, the map is going to get flipped to the other side, and Red Sun will have control of the zone for a moment, but oh no, the disconnect has come through.
And I don't quite know, admittedly, Proving Grounds rules off the top of my head, but it seems like Solstice has decided that, seems to think that they will get the replay here. We will wait to hear confirmation on that, but there was definitely a decent shot at that game for both teams.
Popgun is saying this counts, kids. So that's that.
Well,
because it does. I think it was past the point of the objective mark for that one, as it was down to 26. Even though it was your allied team, still counts.
yeah.
Sorry about that. But it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes here. So I believe, right, that's Red Sun up.
Yes, I do believe
Yeah,
that would
okay.
be Red Sun.
All right. Thank you, Elemental. Like, try to test me here or something, you know.
I was a little confused. I was like, did we invent new DC rules? Did I zone out for a week and we invented
Yeah,
new DC
yeah.
rules?
If you
Did I move?
DC and
And
you
that was
actually,
new?
if you DC and you remember the code to actually kill the lobby, then yeah, you actually
You
end up
DC,
winning the game.
You have the lead.
So that we don't
and you
waste
remember the
everyone's
code to
time.
Kill the lobby. Yeah.
Yep. It's very important that we don't waste people's time around here, you know.
You know, it's just such important time we all have, really.
Yeah. We certainly would be doing so many other things with it. If we
I
weren't
would
sitting
not
here.
be lying in bed watching mindless little videos, for sure.
Certainly not.
No, who would ever do that?
No.
But
Couldn't
we're
be any
gonna...
of us.
Exactly. But now we're gonna move on to TC Inkblot Art Academy. Hopefully minus the DCs. Definitely a fun map mode. Not really. I say that. Everyone else seems to like
Fun.
it. Everyone else
It'll be
likes it.
fun.
So it must be fun.
Hey Popgun, what do you think about this one? I just love asking Popgun every single time because I know he just hates it. He just detests it. I'm sure one of these times he's just gonna start ignoring me on this thing whenever I mention it. But every time I think of it, I have to mention it because it gets on his nerves.
That's
We love
very
you, buddy.
fair. To be fair, it's not Mako Zones. I'm thrilled. That's my bar. I'm so tired of Mako Zones.
That's fair enough.
There's, you know, I
Although-
think we go to the grocery store enough. We've done enough at the grocery store.
You might be able to. First of all, you have to go to the grocery store like once a week. Okay.
No, it's
You
like once every
just have
2
to do
weeks,
that.
K-Bot.
Once every 2. Okay. I go normally about once a week. It
Well-
depends. But it used to be about once a week. Well, what am I going to do? Buy 2 sets of bananas and have like one of them go bad? No, I have.
Buy
Have to go
frozen
once a week.
fruit, obviously.
Nah, that's a lot of effort.
Okay.
Well, no, because I want to have. I mean, I guess I only have bananas for breakfast, so that's a bad idea. Maybe that's actually a good strategy. Anyways.
I don't think it is, but okay.
What?
Just because I use the strategy does not make it good.
Then why do you use the strategy?
It's effective for me as a person. That does not mean it will be for other people.
Yeah, the other problem is that I don't have a blender, so.
Oh, yeah. Blenders are pretty important for smoothies. You do kind of need a blender for a smoothie.
You do kind of need that, yeah. Kind of important.
Yeah, pretty important.
How do we get here? Okay, that was a very weird set of tangents there.
We were talking about Macomart.
Oh, I was gonna bring it around with, at some point I think actually Mako is more interesting than Tower Control Inkblot because I feel like we see Tower Control
I don't
Inkblot now
disagree.
more than we see Zones Mako.
That's fair.
So, Splatoon 2 aside, at this point, I was like, oh, you see Mako Zones, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, nice Splatoon map or Splatoon 2 map. You see Inkblot Art Academy, you go, I can't get rid of this thing.
No, it's
It's
ever
week
present.
323.
You know, I had a very bad take at the beginning of Splatoon 3 that I still stand by. Not that we shouldn't play the Splatoon 2 map. I think that we should have taken a break from the Splatoon 2 maps for a bit as a treat. Not because they're not good or better, but so that I personally didn't have to see them.
Yeah, okay. That's
Or play
rough
them.
with
To be fair,
only
I also
the
play.
Splatoon 3 maps.
Yeah. Just give me over the Splatoon 1, there were options.
All right. Enough of all of that nonsense. We're here for Game 3. Red Sun looking to find the bracket reset here against Solstice. And we see the Nautiluses, the Nautili, come out of both Nico and Shockwave here. You see the Zuka immediately try to respond here from Joe. And of course, it will be successful as the Zuka was in basically point-blank range. And it looks like maybe Red Sun will have first take here of mid. There are the rest of the picks to come through.
Yeah, that was a delayed wipe there onto Solstice. We are seeing Shockwave trying to find the opportunity to flank here. Seems like they're going to have to retreat, though. Red Sun calling that out pretty quickly, especially with the point sensor being thrown out. Close to a couple specials from Red Sun. They probably want to wait on that Tactic Cooler a bit, but they do have that Trizuka ready. Trizuka does go down, though. Hammer coming out, looking to find these picks, and putting a lot of pressure here onto Beam and Krem, forcing them all the way back.
Now see Solstice start to come on back through here. So despite that first checkpoint falling, we'll see a quick response here come out of Solstice. Jack looking for the jump shot from the Zuka. Can't find it there. And now the Inkjet's up in the sky from Krim, but it gets taken down. Traded, actually, by Sam. And now Shockwave is starting to roam forward. But indeed, it will be the wipeout as Nico and Joe are both able to find the cleanup around this first check.
Yeah, really great cleanup there out of Red Sun, managing to get that wipeout, allowing them to start moving forward already. Trying to find a way to get set up on this top left side, always so important to get those bats areas. And God, Inkjet is a great way to do it.
The Inkjet come through once again, but critically look at the range that it has. Not even Shockwave's Nautilus can contest against that Inkjet because it was all the way back in spawn, and it's allowed the members of Red Sun to continue storming forward, continue picking up some of these ones, and now Grim finds one, not afraid of the Ultra Stamp in the face at all, as it's down to the 30-point mark for Incontrol Red Sun. The Inkjet comes out yet again, and while the tower might start retreating, it buys just a little bit more space for Red Sun to start establishing themselves more. Here comes Joe when the Zuka looks for a pick, can't find it there, and Beam will throw the Tactic Cooler out here, but it is in the tower's path, and now with that tower going down, looks like no one else will actually be able to pick up that Tactic Cooler. Kirby's going to come around the backside with the Ultra Stamp here, but it still trades, largely are almost favoring Red Sun. Stagger looks like it has come through, and finally, it'll be Solstice taking back some amount of control in it.
25, definitely a decent push to get to on this map. Not safe, though. Right now, both teams just kind of looking to establish enough space and enough specials to have something to work with. And we're seeing Solstice starting to get to a point where they feel comfortable. But we're seeing all of the sub-weapons just constantly coming out from Red Sun. They've been doing a great job at just keeping that sub-weapon pressure up in order to keep people off of that tower. And Red Sun managing to find 2, almost 3 there. Trying to find Shockwave here. Gonna be able to, just that wiper left up. And Joe seems to know where they are.
Takes care of business there. The effective wipeout comes through for Red Sun. And while Sam might start to be approaching this tower and might be looking for a cheeky jump shot, can't actually get much done there at all, as Shockwave is in position to try to collapse on this from a flanking angle. But it doesn't even matter because Red Sun is still looking to bully these members of Solstice away while they have some kind of advantage. Grim was up in the air, and now it's taken down. So we'll see the back away here from Red Sun. They're looking to just try to hold on to their lead, down to 25. They've got 2 whole checkpoints that the opposing team has to eat through. And if they do hold on to those, they'll be able to find the bracket reset here. 60 seconds is all that remains for them to hold on, but they're actually not completely backing away because this tower is still knocking on Solstice's front porch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Red Sun sees a true need to back off. They've had the specials they need, they have the space they need, they've had the paint and the people. So now they're just using these specials to try and see if they can probably push for the knockout, or at least keep it so far in Solstice's base that even if they go down, there's not a lot of consequences to it. A couple skirmishes happening here on the map, looking to find something to work with, but Joe finding that pick is absolutely huge.
Joe able to come away with yet another one. Here's the Zuka, point blank, takes care of Kirby once more. And Solstice has not looked like themselves here. They have not found advantages. They have not found skirmish victories and 2v1s to actually take these members of Red Sun out and away. And they continue to persist around their side of the map. 18 seconds left to play now. Nico takes one for the road here as well. and Solstice just doesn't look like they're going to be able to get their purple ink into mid fast enough. They might be able to step on the tower for just a moment, but now someone has to go back over. Actually, it's 2 down, make it 3 down here for Red Sun, but the flank comes in from the Inkjet. Here's Krim up in the air, isn't there in time, and now is taken out once more. Sam's the only one up though now, and so while the checkpoint might have come through, Jack steps off tower for a moment. Someone else is still on it for Solstice, and now Nico is able to find that cleanup. It's Shockwave on the tower here, and the collapse is finally going to come through. Kirby finds the jump, but no. Finally, everyone's wiped off all at once. And again, it looks like I'm almost playing Splatoon 1 right now with the amount of change-ups, the amount of continued pressure that happens. You might knock one whack-a-mole down, but you can't knock them all down at once, is what it feels like. Nonetheless, Incontrol Red Sun will find the bracket reset to send us to another set.
Yeah, and I'm sure Red Sun's happy to be in this situation. Obviously, they probably would have rather play the zones game rather than there being a DC, but I don't think they're going to mind being able to take this 3-0 into the bracket reset. Tends to make you feel a little more comfortable.
Just probably a bit, especially when you went down 1-3 in the winners final earlier.
Yes.
So, you know, it helps. It helps a little.
It does.
But now we'll take a look at the bracket reset maps here, starting Splat Zone's Hagglefish. Now, this is where a moment ago, we saw the double Zuka composition come out of Red Sun. Likely not going to happen here because, again, they don't have the target for the Charger, and indeed, it didn't end up working in that game for them. But worth noting the different kinds of adaptations we can have there, especially with things like the ability to go the ballpoint and the Nautilus, trying to just completely find the out range was the idea with that lost composition. And it was hard to tell whether or not it actually worked in the last one because there were just so many trades all the time. But it did net them an advantage there, at least on the offensive side, to get that push down to that 25-point mark.
Yeah, and I'm very intrigued by what Red Sun might choose to bring out here. I could see missiles coming out here, especially if they feel like Solstice might run that ballpoint again, because getting a ballpoint off of that tarp area can be a bit of a nightmare at times.
Yeah, especially when it can go up an inkjet. You know, and you're like, okay, well, I have to find a way to get this thing out of here before it actually pops that inkjet thing, before it flies away, and I literally can't reach it at all. But as this one continues, hey, ask for it and you shall receive. Splat Zone's Mako's game 5 here if we get all the way there.
That's what I want to see. That's my favorite.
Yeah. You definitely don't want to be in bed. You want to stick around for Splat Zone's Mako in game 5. For sure.
You know, it's Splat Zone's Mako. You know, probably won't be 13 trip strikes since people aren't running those right now, at least. I'll take it.
We do see back over to the Tetradualies for Kirby here. Again, looking for that little bit of extra range. The Wiper was probably fine here, but also might be just looking for something like the Brief Slider special, which might be marginally more impactful.
Yeah.
Would be interesting to hear the exact reason for that.
Yeah.
But as this one plays out here, the trades to open up every game that we've been known for, at least so far. Hard to see a clear victor to start out, but it does appear as though now it'll be Red Sun. They've got 2 members on top of zone, and Joe is set up on this left side.
Yeah, Joe's been doing such a great job at knowing what off angles to set up at to keep those pincers ready for Red Sun. Managing to keep some pressure here on this left side with the Tetra. Definitely not a 1v1 you necessarily want to be in, and jumps into a 3. And jumps into essentially all 4 members. Inkjet's coming out here from both sides. Reef Slider to cap the zone. Tetra does go down. But we're seeing Shockwave taking advantage of this Inkjet, looking to find those picks on Red Sun. Doesn't quite manage to. But Jack has been solo missile, forcing them to back up, actually putting some pressure on the other teammates and going down to the missiles. It is just a bloodbath out there right now, though.
Here comes Shockwave and Sam, though, looking to keep that pressure alive, and now, finally, it's going to get met with the ballpoint to the other team. Solstice will take the lead. Zuka comes out once, forcing Sam away, and now that last other member of Solstice that was forward, that's Kirby again, trying to dive in on the Tetradualies, was taken down in the process, but it looks like Red Sun comes through with the collapses. Now everything, it's just far too much for Solstice to try to defend all at once, but the second that the pressure starts to relieve itself with things like that Inkjet going back away, it looked like they were able to find the collapse. for a moment, as now we see them start to get taken out even more, and now here comes Incontrol in the re-engagement once more. They find one and are looking again against Shockwave. That's the effective nearly effective wipeout there, as Jack was the first one up. Now is just sitting in the court, and it'll mean that Red Sun's able to come up this side with so much pressure and start zoning these members away. But Prim gets taken down to the Inkjet, and somehow Sam was able to get into that position. Sam will get traded out nonetheless, but even still, big pick for them, but they can't find the capitalization on this other side of the map, and Red Sun's going to take right back the lead and is threatening a knockout.
Yeah, and taking advantage of that Tacticular is so important for them. And it's really interesting to see that Viper Deco with the Tacticular, because it allows them to keep that skirmish style that the Viper Deco likes to have, well, that the Viper likes to have, without losing the missiles nearly as often as it normally would. And we're seeing Red Sun going in for this final hold here, trying to just keep the paint down right now, it seems like, and they're going to be able to, and that is Red Sun really just keeping control going.
4 straight games for Incontrol Red Sun, and at this point, it's not looking the best, and it really means that Solstice is going to need a mental reset, especially. This is the part of the series where you start thinking you just don't have a way to get back at them, even though you know in the back of your head that you were able to take the series earlier on against this very team. At this point, you're thinking that you just can't find coordination. You're thinking that you just can't find the picks necessary. And in some cases, those are self-fulfilling prophecies, because you think in the game about how you can't do these things, but the opportunity was right there in front of your face some of the time, and you just weren't able to actually find the way to take it. So we'll see if Solstice can find the mental reset here, but between the game 2 DC on ship shape earlier and now going 4 in a row and the knockout there, things are not looking great for them. The only saving grace is that we haven't seen this map at all played so far in the top 4 bracket. Tower Control, Manta Maria coming out. One of these things that maybe Shockwave feels incredibly comfortable on, being that he's been a Splatling player for such a long time.
Definitely I would say definitely Splatling's favorite map right now, other than maybe the newest one, thanks to all those grades. But Manta Maria, the Splatling's paradise, really. Just so much high ground to play with, so many strong positions, not a map you ever really want your Splatling on the tower for. It does play so differently from so many other maps in the game.
So, we'll see which team can make the adaptation and come out on top here. We see Nico sticking with the Viper Deco, and now Kirby sticking with the Tetra Dualies here as well. We see the Tri-Slosher Nouveau come out here for Sam. The weapon that we haven't really talked about switches back and forth here between the NZAP and the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. Still locking in that cooler, but now might have those fizzy bombs for a little bit of extra long range pressure and extra chip damage there as well.
Yeah, Shockwave managing to find the pick on Prim there. That's a huge opening pick to get. Looking to find another, managing to, but now the Trizuka comes out, but it's just Beam Up, having to back up pretty far away from it, needing to just make sure they survive right now. But other members coming back up already thanks to that Tacticular being out so early.
First checkpoint looks as good as gone. Now Solstice is able to take care of that. Now, actually, someone was able to come up from behind this tower and get right on top of it. It's Nico in position here that's now behind, distracting the members of Solstice from actually being able to make a push of their own. It is still just staying alive. Now is going to bait Jack into the 1v1, take care of that one, and find the trade against Sam for the road. Shockwave now is just the only lone person around this tower and doesn't actually have a lot of support. Prim's going to get taken out of this top right side, so Solstice looks like they're holding on to mid, and Shockwave has found a breach into the enemy street.
Shockwave doing a great job there of getting their teammates those jumps in, managing to survive long enough to do it. Missiles trying to force them out, but not really enough follow-up to make it do much, I say, as they go 2 down. My bad. But we're seeing Red Sun really being able to start reclaiming space now thanks to that 2 down situation. We do see the ball point down yet again. Red Sun looking for space to play with, but that Trizuka forcing them out of their own bunker again. Shockwave goes down, that's 2 down again, and it seems like Red Sun might be able to break back into mid here.
Shockwave turns that corner looking for a pick, but look how quickly 3 members of Red Sun were immediately looking at him. Even if Shockwave was able to get 1 there, he was still good as dead, and even though there was someone else with him, both of them were still good as dead, because it was still walking into a 2v3, and Red Sun was able to hold the line. But now, Grim up in the air with the Inkjet, looking for something here on the offensive side, but Kirby is actually able to take one out. Now, going in with the reslider just to try to stay alive, find the reposition here, and now it's going to be able to take one before getting taken out themselves. It's the Ink back once more, but it's going to go to the favor of Solstice here, as it's a 2v1 in mid, and it looks like we've got the last member repositioning for Red Sun, backing away, and now Sam is looking for the collapse here as well. Tries to find the aggressive angle, but doesn't quite have the range to deal with that member for now. I'll back away, put this tacticooler down. Second checkpoint now reached from Solstice. Will they be able to hold on to this one for much longer? It looks like they might be able to, as Sam is still dancing around this tower quite a bit. Got to be careful not getting caught out by a bomb, and now gets caught off by this member on this far right side. Indeed, that is Prim, still sitting there with the range of the ballpoint that's able to have some kind of challenge for that tower at that checkpoint from such a long distance away.
Shockwave still on this flank here. We see Shockwave on this flank so often. Probably going to want to pop Rain before going in with it. Red Sun starting to be able to move forward here. Shockwave taking the jump out. Probably a good move there. Prim looking to find some picks with the Inkjet, at least able to apply some pressure with it. First checkpoint finally going for Red Sun with only 2 minutes left in the game. And we're seeing Beam trying to get the clean up there, but going down to something. That Trizuka.
Everything funneled to the same spot, and all that Jack had to do was stare at the same spot and continue pressing that CR button 3 times in a row. Fires it to the same location, and the members of Red Sun will go down to it. Now, Solstice is a decent amount of map coverage here, and Sam's starting to get set up, but this cooler is up there on that bunker. Going to be a little bit difficult to access, I imagine, by the members of Solstice. Is now Red Sun looking to find the engagement from the right side of the map, pushing out this side, and it looks like it's successful in doing so, at least temporarily, but Grim is still taken down on that ballpoint while in midair, and the trade is not going to go to the favor of Solstice on that right side either. Sam's going to be able to take one here, but even still, the tower's just going to stick around to this point. They were able, I think, to break that second checkpoint earlier, so at least they don't have that to worry about and can utilize that as a defensive resource on the other side of the map now, because they've got to start thinking about how they're going to make this hold happen with 35 seconds left to play.
Prim getting a great pick there on the splatter shot, considering that they had that Trizuka ready. Getting close to plenty of specials. Tacticooler out now. Sam managing to pick Prim off, but luckily was tacticoolered, so we'll be able to just respawn in with that Inkjet, taking the jump in too. Missiles ready from Nico here. Might want to use them somewhat quickly. There they are. And we're seeing Red Sun really having to try and brute force this at this point. There's not a lot of space for them to work with. There's not a lot of time, and Rain coming out here from Shockwave is just going to add an extra level of complexity. They're having to try and clear out this right side. They managed to. This is a decent shot here for Red Sun, as they're just going to need to break through this checkpoint, and there's going to be a tactical to help them do it.
It's already on the enemy side of the map here. Jack trying to get in a position. Shockwave trying to approach this right side, but now it's 2 down again from Solstice. Red Sun might try to steal it right from underneath their noses. Jack is going to try to rush the tower, but no, is denied right then. And Red Sun now is on tournament point.
Red Sun just really going through this series and saying, yeah, you might get a good push in. We'll get the final one though. And that's what really matters at the end of the day. You can have... I mean, obviously, it's great to get a good push and be able to just play defense. But if you can get the final push that can win the game, that comes into it more. Those overtime pushes can be so effective if you manage to get the picks you need.
The main difference, I think, on that map in particular for Solstice, what holds your range? What plays defensively in that composition? You're playing Nautilus with the Tetra Dualies. Your goal, was to run at them the entire time, but the second that you were forced to try to play on the defensive side, forced to take some kind of safe position that would allow you to easily collapse around that second checkpoint, they just couldn't find anything because they either A, don't have the range, or B, just don't have the weapons in their disposal to actually find the things to run at them. And the bombs are kind of finicky when you're trying to throw them towards the tower, over the wall. It's a difficult angle to find all the time, you know, to actually be able to find those. And so the defense just wasn't quite there the one time that it mattered. And sometimes it is a game where it's just the one mistake you make or the one thing you don't think of sometimes is what seals it there. Of course, could have had better plays on the offensive side there as well, but even still, going to be difficult to break into the enemy team's composition, which again had the ball point. Krim was working up that far right side of the map, had that range to contest that second checkpoint, and now it's going to send Incontrol Red Sun to tournament point. They need one more in order to take it. 5 games in a row here, looking to make it 6 now on Museum Rainmaker.
Same comp coming out here pretty much out of Solstice. A couple changes. We're just seeing the Tri-Slosser switch back to the ends up. Red Sun, sticking with that Wiper Deco, seems to be very comfortable with it right now, able to apply a lot of pressure with it, and managing to take advantage of just getting that space in mid, and knowing that the pop on Rainmaker here isn't quite as dangerous as it is on plenty of other maps.
Doesn't appear to be the case, at least so far, and now contestation over mid, but actually the teams aren't running at each other right off the rip this time.
Yeah.
Venom missiles come out though of Red Sun, and here's the engagement coming through. Nico takes out the other one here that was on the right side as the one other went down to 10 missiles earlier. And now Red Sun is going to try to look for their first push of the game. Nico underneath this ledge is still going to get met by Shockwave over there. And Shockwave will be forced to jump away, trying again to defend this checkpoint, defend this pedestal here. But now Beam is in the corner. Is going to be able to get taken out here by this Nautilus, but Solstice continues to go a couple members down. It still trades back and forth, and that means that it could be anyone's push here.
Really could be. It is so back and forth here right now, just constant skirmishes coming out. Krim managing to get set up here on their platform though, which is absolutely huge for Red Sun, and that is the checkpoint. And we've now seen Red Sun be able to start getting more set up here. Inkjet coming out, able to apply a ton of pressure. He managing to grab and sneak a couple points past Jack there. Not a ton, though. And Krim's going to probably have a rough landing. No, but not quite. Nobody was able to call that out, I guess.
I will say, of all of the jumps after the checkpoint, that's not the best of jumps there, because you were kind of going a little bit diagonal, right? If you're able to find the repop after another checkpoint, or if Solstice is, they could get a couple of extra points on the board, and that could be the difference in terms of actually having some kind of a lead here. We'll see, of course, if they can get it back up to that position, because here they come. Kirby is going to push Krim away, and still seeing these jumps back when they know they're not going to find these fights. The discipline, X down A, jump back, get out of there. There is no need to back down in a corner. Here comes Kirby though on the Reef Slider, finds one. That was Joe in the Zuka. That resource won't be there for Red Sun, and now there are 3 members online, but Nico is going to find the collapse and the flank in from this right side. It's 2 down from Solstice here as the push is going to collapse right from underneath them again. Krim goes up in the Inkjet once more, trying to clear out this side of the map, and now looking to apply some pressure onto Sam, looking for the drop on that top right side, but no. Denied this time of finding the pick. Even still, we're halfway through this game, and it's another 3-down situation. Red Sun will be looking to make another push to get a few extra points on the board.
Yeah, Red Sun definitely looking very strong right now. Gonna be able to definitely find some with those missiles coming out. Are having to wait for the suction bomb, but should be able to sneak past the auto bomb, not known for its ability to actually get a stop in, and that is a push to 10. You feel pretty comfortable with that, especially with only 2 minutes remaining, and keeping a couple members up. Krim does not seem to want to back off of their plat, though.
Trying to prevent Solstice from getting in altogether. Prevent them from having an opportunity to touch this Rainmaker, but it looks like they've found it yet again. And they have to find a way to get onto this plat. They don't have a lot of range to work with, just a little bit of extra that the Nautilus and the Tetradulies will provide to actually find some of these picks. And now we're successful in doing so. One's gone down, now make it 2 as Beam's taken out as well. The Tactical is very far forward here, and so Red Sun won't have that resource for a little while either. Shockwave now looking to this top side, has a little bit of extra range, but gets caught off by the suction bomb there. There's not a lot of pressure here for Solstice, and now the missiles come through, forcing the last couple of members back, and now it's another 3-down position as it collapses once more around this checkpoint. Everyone from Incontrol is shooting at the one jump coming down, and it's 60 seconds left to play for Red Sun to hold on to this lead, where they've pushed already down to 10.
Red Sun doing a great job here, using their specials at good times. That's a good use of Tacticaler. We do see the ballpoint going down, but not going to be able to do a ton about it right now. Shockwave getting traded out there is absolutely massive. Always important to keep that Nautilus off the board when you can. Beam doing a great job here of just avoiding this Tetra, knowing that it's not really worth the engagement and better to just focus on surviving right now. managing to find Shockwave in the process.
Now trades happening in the middle of the map again. Crim still standing alive on top of this mid spinner is going to be a nuisance for Solstice to try to clear out the range of this ballpoint that's been a thorn in their side for the past 5 and now 6 games. Here's the Inkjet once more from Crim. Finds one onto Jack and will be looking for even more, but is positioned far enough away that no one from Solstice can actually find the collapse. Red Sun will maintain control of the middle of the map and will be your Proving Grounds 21 champion.
Really great job there from Red Sun, just going all the way through that bracket reset with no hesitation and just taking every game they needed to take.
Yeah, I will say, feel for the members of Solstice a bit there, right? It felt like more the mental game. Kind of just got to them a little, right? Didn't quite have everything coordinated as well as they would have liked. Wasn't able to play as solid as they were earlier. And indeed probably started second guessing some of their weapon compositions, thinking that what they were playing earlier wasn't working, or thinking that, they could start trying to switch over to a couple of these other ideas. But end of the day, didn't fully work out in their favor. And indeed, we see the ending play there where Red Sun's able to take it themselves, able to go through both of the Australian teams here in order to stay victorious.
Yes, incredible gameplay out of all the teams we saw today, but Red Sun comes out on top.
See the bracket one more time on your screen, and included in that bracket is the bracket reset, because of course we had to see those 2 sets get played. And so while Solstice was able to take the winners finals, it seems like Red Sun was able to make the adaptation there with that Wiper Deco that they were able to play around. The missiles were threatening every once in a while, and when you haven't played against missiles in a while, it can be surprising.
It can be, and Nico's Wiper Deco is nothing to scoff at by any means.
You see the first half of the tournament. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Nico has played Wiper quite a bit, not as much recently, but definitely used to be a staple for Red Sun to have Nico on Wiper.
All right, you see the first half of the bracket there on your screen, but at the end of the day, it is Incontrol Red Sun that takes the victory here through the double elimination tournament. Thank you, Elemental, for giving the chat more ammo. I think that's going to do it here for us today. Hey, sign up for Super Jump 3. That is coming up in a week. That is next weekend, folks, and registration is not going to be open that Saturday. Make sure you're signing up and getting that stuff in ahead of time. 2 days, September 23rd and September 24th. You can find more information there on start.gg/SJ. They actually got SJ as the shorthand for start.gg. Fancy. Fancy schmancy. And who knows, also, listen to the stream. Of course, it's right here on this channel for all weekend, for those of you that aren't planning on playing. And maybe you'll hear some of the same caster duos you heard today between both Nox and myself, and Falco and Sav. I know a lot of the crew at IPL has been working hard to give you both Riptide and now Super Jump 3 coming up soon. So please do come out and support the event. Shoutouts, of course, to the TON crew. Popgun, of course, in charge of the tournament. Wolf leading the charge on a lot of things stream running related today. And Elemental, our producer for the day, as you can tell by the random one-off one-liners that are quickly flashed on top of this very screen. Nox, you got anything else before we send it off here today?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at NoxRaven42, but that's about it from me.
Yeah, I'll probably be on an Omega Strikers broadcast in a bit here, so you can find me over there in a moment. Otherwise, one more congratulations are in order. Incontrol Red Sun taking both SOS and Proving Grounds this week. Looking to try to get a little bit of that extra prep in for Super Jump next weekend. We will see you all next week, folks. Take care and have a good one.